Hello, everyone. This is Apostle Babe Linda James. I'm trying to get my little headphones to attach to the Bluetooth to my computer, and it hasn't happened yet. But welcome. It's Saturday night, the 22nd of November. And every single week I tell you that I am your favorite apostate because it is my attempt to brainwash you every single week, over and over and over again, because that's how brainwashing works. It's one of the techniques, one of the tactics used for brainwashing. It has been quite a week, especially in politics. I mean, quite a week. My goodness. So this does not look like it's opening up. So I'm going to take these out. I'm going to put them right where they belong. And this little budgie. Sometimes when I put them back in the case, it'll work. So evidently, the release of the Epstein files have been voted in to be okay. And that was a big deal. It was a very, very, very big deal. And so everybody I thought I was already added to the stage, but I wasn't. Okay, I think I'm added to the stage now. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is quite the unique woman, very, very supportive of Trump, considers herself a Christian nationalist. And she decided to stand next to the victims of Epstein and stand with them as far as wanting the things to be released, the records, as far as the records being released. And Trump considered her a traitor. So things got very intense because this is like one of the first times Marjorie Taylor Greene went against Trump, our president. And she's also taken on a different persona, almost like she might be waking up from maybe something she's been under. And she was on The View, which is a TV morning show. Her whole demeanor is very different. And if any of you remember Marjorie Taylor Greene, she kind of has a bit of a bully attitude. Like if in high school she was one of the mean girls, like you did not want to be on her bad side because she would come bully you and pretty much kick your ass, okay? No matter how tall she was. That's the kind of, persona she's always given. And yet, she can smile and talk about different subjects and everything. But her demeanor has totally changed. And I'm at a point where even though she's speaking in a manner that says she's changed, I'm not convinced yet. So I'm just going to keep an eye on her and just decide, as we go along about whether or not she's kind of woken up from that side of being so aggressive and such a bully and all this other stuff, as far as politics and getting people to agree with her. She also made like a 10-minute statement that she's resigning from Congress. Sounds like she's going to go back home to, I believe it's Georgia, and possibly Now, this is an assertion of mine that I've heard somebody else make an assumption of, so I don't know for sure. But it maybe she'll try to run for governor of Georgia. That might be a possibility. I'm not really sure, but I do believe she's got more going on than she's letting us know, and that's fine. But yeah, so she has resigned, and I didn't see that coming. I just did not see that coming. But okay, she resigned, and Trump has gone back and forth with his moods, and he was first furious with everybody that wanted the Epstein files released, and basically everybody on the left and the right in Congress voted for those files to be released, except for one person, I believe, on the right did not. So it was pretty unanimous. And so that made Trump kind of grumpy he gets grumpy, right? And so before that, there was like a couple of 2 or 3 emails that were released by the left. I think it's from the Epstein estate. And then there was like 2,000 or 20,000 documents that were released to the public by the right. So that's been stuff people have been looking at. And evidently one of the emails states that Epstein's brother, I know what you're thinking, Epstein had a brother? Yeah, evidently Epstein had a brother. And they kept in touch quite a bit through email. So Epstein was saying that Bannon was there. And Bannon's like that guy that kind of has his hair a little bit long, white guy. And he'll go, he has like kind of a grungy look to him. And that's kind of just his style, his look. And so the brother asked Jeffrey Epstein to ask Bannon if Putin still has the picture of Trump blowing Bubba. Okay? So everybody was thinking of President Clinton. Okay? Because President Clinton was called Bubba as well. So a day or so later, Epstein's brother makes an announcement. Bubba is not President Clinton. Okay, so that's been made clear, but we still don't know who Bubba is. And then Dick Cheney also died, and it was made very, very clear that Trump and J.D. Vance, which is the president and the vice president of the United States, was not welcome to go to that funeral. And there was a few opinions about that. But Dick Cheney, along with his daughter, ended up backing up Kamala during the time of running for president. So they would be on Trump's shit list. And they might have faced each other in other circumstances, which, things come up and everything. But I can understand why they would not invite him for a time such as that when they do need to mourn the death of Dick Cheney. I haven't researched a lot about him, but I've heard negative and positive things about him, but I have not researched much about him. So there was that funeral. There was files that came out, and then a vote for Epstein documents to be released. And the latest thing I've heard is that people will have access to them in about a month. And I've also heard that if there's a process of going to court or something with any of that information, that could stall people getting a chance to look at these files. But this is the thing. The victims need to know that they are heard. Yes, a lot of us want to find the proof of what the ladies today as adults are telling us. But they've been trying to be heard for about 30 years, okay? 30 years. So I just think it's very important that these victims who claim to be victims of Epstein know that they are heard, because they've been shut down and made to where they could not speak or not believed for years upon years upon years. And I think that if we see that happening at such a high level, such as the White House, that what's below that, including the Watchtower, being in the United States in New York, would be held more accountable. So we could hold people to a higher standard if the White House would act in a manner of transparency. That's the point I want to get across here. So that's my hope, and for the victims to be believed. It was very, very interesting how all of them talked, but what they also did too was they showed up with a picture of themselves at the age that they were abused by Epstein. So some of them would stand up and say, this is me at 14 years old, this is me at 17 years old, or, you know, even younger or older. And that's a very naive age for any of us. And so I think it's important that they don't get blamed for the abuse, the alleged abuse that may have happened to them, and that they need to be believed. In Washington, which is above Oregon, not Washington, D.C., there was a gal that fought for 3 years to get clergy penitent, I don't know why I'm having a loss of words for this, privilege, clergy penitent privilege, meaning the leadership within a church would keep things confidential as far as confessions made to a priest or a elder or a pastor. That was turned around so that they would, if a priest or pastor and an elder, a Jehovah's Witness elder, come to find that someone of their church admitted to any kind of abuse of a minor, that would be, it would be they would fall under the category of a mandated reporter, so they would have to report. So a lot of positions are mandated reporters, and it's an understanding that even just society at large, it's our duty to report. Yes, we might come along some things and look at it and go, I don't want to have any part of that. I know nothing, I see nothing, you know. That kind of happens too. But within this situation, it was set up for such a way that they would be reporting. And that was quite the win for Jehovah's Witnesses. But then Trump caught wind of this and called it anti-Catholic, because that's truly how the Catholic Church saw it. And by the way, the Jehovah's Witnesses adopted this from the Catholics. Believe it or not, as much as they talk crap about the Catholic Church, they're pretty much a mini Catholic Church. And some of the privileges that they accept for themselves, such as they call themselves a theocracy, and the clergy penitent privilege, and just as you go along and find these different things that you'll realize how familiar they are with the Catholic Church. So, yeah, there's that stuff. There might have been something that has happened between Trump understanding or calling this anti-Catholic, and then now it's been turned around. So priests and elders and pastors don't have to report now. I don't know what has happened. So, I have yet to see if anything has happened, because the way it looks now is as though the president has done something to help that get turned around in Washington. That's the way it looks to me. I could be totally wrong, but that's the way it looks to me now. If I find out otherwise, I'll definitely be mentioning it here on one of the shows and just be like, I thought this, but I was wrong. I don't mind doing that. I'm always fine with doing something like that. And so that's a little bit about politics. Now I want to go into one of the things that holds us back as previous Jehovah's Witnesses, or those of us that still are Jehovah's Witnesses and maybe want to recover from some of the abuse that has happened. And I'm not saying that Jehovah's Witnesses don't have some good things that go on within the culture, okay? Because yes, there is. But this channel is about being able to heal and be able to move on if you've chosen to not remain a Jehovah's Witness, or even if you do choose to still remain, being able to become more healthy mentally and physically is important. So one of the things the organization does is talk about things that a follower is responsible for. And I have found that they put too much responsibility on the followers. So it keeps them in guilt and shame a lot. It keeps them in trouble a lot. Okay? It gets them reprimanded a lot and looked upon a lot in the manner of like, you're a bad person kind of thing, right? And whatever else they may be called by other followers in the congregation or elders or whoever. When someone is in that state, this is really bad. It's very toxic for the mind. And also, too, Matthew had brought something up in one of his videos, or maybe I heard him talk about it somewhere else, talking about humility, okay? The organization looks at humility in a manner that I believe is different from true humility. And it goes kind of like this. If you might ask questions, or you might say that, this isn't making sense, what was just told to them, maybe push back a little bit respectfully. An elder or somebody in a higher position can right away tell you you're not being humble. That's supposed to shut you up, okay? That's supposed to make you just be within yourself and stuff things down, even if they are legitimate questions. And that's very unhealthy. Wanting to have answers or questioning a situation so that you can get clarity does not mean you are not humble. It means you want clarity so that you can be a better person or handle the situation better next time. There's nothing wrong with that. So I've seen videos of Jehovah's Witnesses where you'll see one of the people there, they're taking a stance of humility, and you'll notice they have their heads down, and they're just very like, almost like learned helplessness, very like they don't have much energy to sit up and face things directly, but they're supposed to be closed in, just very ashamed. It's almost appears like that. So again, humility does not mean that you're a bad person for asking questions or wanting to get clarity. And I believe that those in leadership, if they use the term you're not being humble, that might be a way of shutting you down. So consider that in the future. By an elder or anybody else, even somebody you work with, if they tell you you're being insubordinate at your job and you don't know what you've done to be insubordinate, ask. It doesn't mean you're being disrespectful to the boss. It just means you want to ask to get clarity, So there's also another thing. The terminology will be used like, now you don't want to stumble somebody. Okay. This one drives me nuts. It drives me nuts because you don't know what could possibly be done to who knows who that could possibly be stumbled because of your actions. My goodness, this really locks you in. And I think it really closes down your personality. It makes you very like bland, very vanilla envelope, very just, you don't get to show your personality. It's really closing it down. And I can remember my mother talking about not wearing earrings that are too big because it might stumble somebody when she's going door to door. Or they would pay too much attention to her earrings than to the message she's giving, right? And I remember just looking at her going, wow, like that's the mindset that we have. So these things are, I believe that many of these things are things that are not necessarily the case, but they're telling you they're the case. And my favorite one of all is you don't want to behave this certain way because that displeases Jehovah. But you do want to behave in this other manner because this does please Jehovah. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses truly do want to please Jehovah. Jehovah's Witnesses, for the most part, are good-hearted people that love God and live their life in what they believe is truly service of God. So when they're told this by leadership, that certain behavior will displease God. And I've seen it even in like cartoons with Caleb and Sophia. I've seen it like presented to like Caleb, like as if his behavior would make Jehovah sad. Okay? This is an unfair burden to put on anyone, but especially a child. A child should not have the responsibility of Jehovah God's feelings, whether Jehovah God is happy or sad. That's an unfair burden to put on people. And I'm not responsible for Matthew's feelings. He's over there in South Africa. I'm over here in Southern California in the United States. I cannot think about my life in such a manner of, is this going to please Matthew? Or is this going to make Matthew sad? It's almost unheard of, right? And if we don't think that way with other people, why would we do that and think that way for God? I truly believe God's responsible for God's own feelings. Yes, I can be a I can get in Matthew's face and talk down to him and be a mean person. Yes, that's definitely doing something to make him have a different feeling or be mad at me or not want to be around me anymore. But just my behavior over here as I'm living my life, because I choose to drink a Diet Coke rather than a regular, this kind of stuff. I believe that's a form of controlling behavior that not just this organization uses, but other groups will use as well. And out of all of those things that I've brought up, do you have anything to add, or what are your thoughts about that, Matthew?
Linda James, I want to say thank you very much for bringing that matter up. I think that's a good topic. I just wanted to ask a technical thing, if I may, because I see in the chat some are noticing that the stream is a bit strange. It's just brought our images in a very small format, and some are a bit distracted by that or wondering if there is a setting or something like that that we could look into. I see Jay Mars is just checking on another stream just to see if the same issue is there. So I don't know if you can do too much about that, or if that is to do with Shauna and the network.
Yeah, let me go to the phone and look it up.
Okay,
I know last week I wanted to look into, I couldn't even open up the link where I was having the show last week. And that's when you showed up, which was pretty cool.
But as for the subject there, Linda James, thanks very much for locking onto that, because that is, again, spiritual abuse. It's persons that are endeavoring to control the narrative. And of course, I look back over the years of, we don't want to stumble people and all of these thought-stopping catchphrases. Of course, in criminology, that's when you know that you're in the hot direction, when you're getting that kind of thing sent your way.
I'm not able to open this up either on this phone, so I'm not seeing it yet. And I could have done something through StreamYard to make it look that way and maybe not even know it.
Ooh, Jay Mars says it's normal on Fixing My Faith channel.
Really? But it's not normal here? Welcome to my world, everybody. I am not normal. Get used to it.
Okay, I'm gonna open that up.
But thanks for telling us that, John. That was too funny. I hadn't even thought about going over there to check that out.
So that must be a setting in StreamYard.
Okay, yeah. It looks like it's... I have it set up like this, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I did that. And I don't remember why I did that. And I noticed that Rick's... Okay, Rose says there are two options, mobile option and desktop option. Okay, Gro, do you know what option I'm on? Or is there two? Last week I ended up hosting the show happening twice, which was crazy.
So if ones go to Fixing My Faith, they'll just lose the comments, though, which I think is important, because that's how we keep connected with each other.
Okay, in StreamYard, under the main image, there should be a line of different formats you can click on. Okay, I'm going to go up there. Okay, I'm not seeing the line. I'm not seeing the line. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to do this. This is so screwed up. But anyways, oh goodness. This is fascinating. Maybe it's there. Okay, so I saw the little pencil thing. Now it just opened up something. It says I can add an item, so I don't think that's the right spot. Sorry, guys. Linda, let me see what I can do. Okie dokie. That's when I do it on my desktop. I don't know how it works on mobile. So last week when I posted ahead of time, 2 thumbnails showed up, and one had like literally a little mobile icon next to Let's Talk, and the other one just said Let's Talk. And it was suggested that I go to the one without the mobile icon. Okay. Thanks, Linda, for hosting and all the time and care you put into the live. And thanks, Matthew, for joining and adding your thoughts. I appreciate you both. Oh, darling. Thank you so much, Treasure 6411. That's so helpful. And hello, Miss T. Silver, my previous roommate. I'm wondering if I go to full stage, if that would let me see better options. At the bottom here. Okay. Nope, not that. Not that. Yeah. I don't know how to do this, you guys. Sorry about that. But I will touch bases with Shauna, Vern's wife, Vern's good wife, and maybe spend some time with her this coming up week, and we can do some practicing, and I can learn this better. And then I'll be able to do that. But until then, and I thought I had things set up to where the chat would show up on the screen too. That's not happening. I also received a text, email or something that said I had lost some kind
Jay
of...
Mars, there's 6 screens was like this, 3 different streams on YouTube today. So it seems that there's some kind of technical change.
This sounds like a StreamYard situation. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
So could we appeal to the audience to bear with us?
Yes. Please bear with us, people. Please bear with us, because I don't know how to fix this right now.
We'll endeavor to make up with scintillating information.
There we go. That's right. That's right. There's a lot of stuff that's used on us that gets... You ever notice when somebody says they acted like robots? Like, and that tells me that people are acting like they have no personality. So after so many things are said to us by those in leadership or our parents or whatever, it gets to where we're afraid to just be normal. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We just keep not being ourselves.
So sneaky, eh? And that's the thing about being born in, is you don't have a way to compare with what a normal situation should be.
Correct.
MST Silver, no one is normal. Yeah.
So I'm trying to come in so that I can.
We welcome Apostle Babe to the yard.
The sound. This is no fun. This is no fun at all. Show comments. There it is. Okay. That's all I want to do. It's small, but it's there. Okay. Yeah, Terry T. Silver used to be my roommate, and I think we were roommates for a good 9 years. And she and I do have a different personality than each other, but the longer we got to know each other, some of her personality rubbed off on me, some of mine rubbed off on her, and we could hear it in different circumstances. And she was stubborn in her way, and I was stubborn in my way. And we were learning to be, patient and stuff with each other. But, I thought it was so funny last week when I was talking about the story of Eric, our maintenance guy, and that I just went out there and yelled at him because he was yelling at my roommate. And this is who that is. So I was pissed. I was so furious because she's a petite woman, and she's not by no means a weak woman. She's a petite woman. And to me, this big buff guy, I think he was looking at her like easy prey, and that upset me. So I went out and yelled at him, which is not my usual, okay? But yeah, that was kind of funny. I think both my daughter and Terry was on the show last week, and my daughter was at the house when that happened too. But I think both of us, Terry and I, benefited from being each other's roommate more so than not, so it turned out to be a good thing. So does anybody have any thoughts about these things I brought up, how the organization or other groups might consider what humble should look like, or the comments of you should be careful not to stumble somebody? Sometimes that's told to us when we've behaved some manner that's not approved of, right? And when we listen to somebody give a talk or watch a drama or see something from the organization that says this kind of behavior pleases God and this other kind of behavior displeases God, I think that's a really clever way of manipulating us to behave in the manner that they have declared makes Jehovah, he approves of it. I mean,
yeah. Or another one is wait on Jehovah.
God. Yes.
Yeah, wait on Jehovah, or Jehovah would never allow this to happen in his organization.
There you go. Yeah.
Those are two. I had that one glaringly obvious with a researcher fairly recently And after years and years of a relationship with them, they cut me off. But I realize why they cut me off, because branch committee and legal department has obviously advised them. Cut me off. Why? Because I realized that they were doing these thought-stopping techniques with me. Oh, let's wait on Jehovah. That was the one. And the other thing, oh, this will never be allowed. And I just presented the information without an emotional side or without a judgment. I just said, here's the facts. The branch committee agreed with the facts.
Really?
And but they were doing all the thought-stopping techniques and throwing them my way, and I just held ground with it. And what was interesting was getting the confession that yes, they do agree. They realize that there is a problem, but they asked that their names not be exposed to the public. I thought that was very, very interesting. They were so concerned about their names rather than the safety to the congregation. Why? Because of liability.
Yes. The character of a narcissist is what most cult leaders have, and people that are high in politics as well. They're usually very high on the narcissistic scale, and that kind of characteristic is very, very image conscious and about how people present is very important to them, basically because their mind, they don't really have an established sense of self already going on with them, but rather whatever is outside of them makes them who they are rather than who they are inside. So if I've got the hot wife, I'm really somebody. If I've got the great car, I'm really somebody. So this is how they're presenting. So if there's any kind of, the name of somebody that's taking part in this activity, that's going to make us look bad. Okay. And so rather than them experiencing that, you, the deliverer of this information, of these facts, you then become the enemy. You then get reprimanded. You then get told there's something definitely wrong with you, because they can't receive anything that's going to make them look bad. Anything from the outside that says that's not okay, whatever it is.
Yeah. I see we got a good comment from Treasures there. Wait on Jehovah and those who interpret what Jehovah is thinking is the governing body and not scripture. I actually have in writing from branch committee level and research level that please don't expose this particular matter because we want people to see this comes from Jehovah.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Got it in writing. I got some really amazing stuff squirreled away, which I think you know.
I can tell. I can tell. And it's when you feel like you have to start documenting everything that you're dealing with a person or a group or a thing, you might be getting gaslit. Okay? Because you bring up something and they're like, yeah, that didn't happen. Wait a minute. Yes, it did. No, never happened. So you can't go any further in the conversation because they're telling you it didn't happen. So then you start documenting. Yes, it did. It happened on this certain date at this certain time. And here's the recording. You actually taped it, and you want to do these kinds of things to keep track. It's a good sign that they have probably been gaslighting you, which in turn really means convincing you that you handling your own affairs on your own is not as good as they can handle your affairs. So they need to get you to be dependent upon them to trust them over trusting yourself. Again, let me say that again. They need to get you in a place of you trusting them is a higher priority than you trusting yourself. So they get you to doubt yourself. You think to yourself, wait a minute, I really thought I did that. I really thought we talked about this. So they have you doubting all the time your reality because they have you in a different reality. It's really bad. But it comes from a movie that was originally a play called Gaslighting. It's called Gaslight. Yeah. I believe the movie came out in the late 30s, early 40s, I believe. And the husband of the main character would do things to his wife to get her to doubt her own sanity. He would go into the attic of the place that they lived. And when he did, he would turn on a light. And this is a time when before electricity, so the lighting was gaslighting, where the oil would be at the bottom and you would light a wick and the oil would be there. So the lighting in the home, they'd have these chandeliers that each had a thing of oil with it that lit it up. When he turned on the light in the attic, the lights in the house would kind of fade a little bit. And she noticed it and thought it was very odd and could not understand why it was even happening. He had went out for a walk. So she didn't think to herself, he must be in the attic. She's thinking he just went out for an evening walk. But he's actually up in the attic looking for certain jewels from costumes that her mother once wore or she once wore. So some valuable things. And and this is also something that used to go on too, is that men used to be able to put women into insane asylums and then they could go find a different wife, right? Or they would threaten to put the wife into an insane asylum if they were doubting how the head of the house, the husband, is wanting things to go. So that would go on too. But yeah, so she would ask the maid if the maid noticed that the lights were dimming. The maid said no, she didn't notice anything. And in the movie, her husband was actually kind of flirting with the maid, and the maid was kind of liking it, right? So she's kind of just smiling back at him. So you got to see this character of this man that was, you could tell he was not married to her for love. He was married to her for his own selfish reasons. And that's what it really comes down to. He also took like a brooch that she had gotten. He might have even bought it for her. I'm not sure. Something you would put on your clothing. She had it in her purse, and he took it out of her purse and stuck it in like a desk drawer. And she couldn't find it. And she ended up finding it in the drawer. So she was just mind boggled because she could not remember putting this brooch into the drawer. So that was just affecting her immensely. And he would look at her like, oh my God, you're just like, you're not thinking well, you're not well, So he wasn't encouraging. He was very like, yeah, there's something really wrong with you. So a lot of that was going on. So that's the main thing about gaslighting. They get somebody and convince them that they're not making good decisions on their own and that they need them to make better decisions for them, which is exactly what this organization does to their followers. I would say within the first 6 weeks of a Bible study.
Yeah, because that's the conditioning program, isn't it?
Yeah, your heart is treacherous. Who can trust it? The way that seemed right to man leads to destruction. You know, these different things that are often taken from scripture, it is used, and the more you look at it, the more it's really breaking down your own sense of self or confidence in yourself, and makes it to where what happens is they present it to you like this. Would you rather keep relying on yourself and all these mistakes you make, or rely on God, which uses this organization, right? And when you look at it, you think to yourself, I'm imperfect, God's perfect. Of course, God's the better choice, right? And you've already been convinced that this is the organization God is using. So that's the moment, and people don't realize this. That's the moment when when a person, a follower, hands over their will to this organization. But know this: it's by way of deception. They don't realize they're handing over their will to the organization. They think they're choosing God. They think that they're choosing God's way over their ways. And that's a wise choice. That's how it's seen. So,
Linda
yeah.
James, may I interject, please?
Yes, thank you.
Grow has been working hard behind the scenes with geek and tech support. I wonder if I can just read out what she's saying. She says, Apostle Babe Linda James, click again to hide vertical and return to single view. Seems there's a whole set of instructions that she's found. She's saying, find the dual view button in your studio controls bottom row. She says, find the dual view button in your studio controls bottom row.
The what control?
Let me repeat it. So Grow writes, Linda James, find the dual view button in your studio controls on the bottom row. Then she says, click to show vertical. You'll see both landscape and portrait side by side.
So I'm wanting to choose vertical.
And she says, click show vertical and you'll see both landscape and portrait side by side. Then she says, click again to hide vertical and return to single view. And then she says, it's on the bottom left, Linda, it's in settings.
So I'm in settings now, and I set it to group layout to which is the one that Shauna picked, because I don't see one that says what Grow said. Matter of fact, when I opened it up and it's showing which layout that I can select, every single one was selected. So I unselected all of them except for group layout. And then visual effects.
And then Grow says, because you have the paid version. He says it's in settings.
Has this made a difference at all?
Let's have a little look.
I'm afraid to. What is that
It
called?
looks the same to me.
Yeah, it does.
And then Grow is persevering. At the bottom of the layout that you are in, make sure you can click on the left button. And then she repeats dual, D-U-A-L.
Dual, okay.
And she says, bottom left of that screen. Screen. And then she says, okay, then I'm coming on.
So the options I'm getting is camera layout, picture-in-picture layout, screen layout, news layout, spotlight layout, group layout, and cropped layout. I'm not seeing one that said the one she mentioned. So yeah, we'll have to.
I was always thinking Grow was the vulnerable one needing lots of help, and then I realized she's light years ahead of everybody.
She's a go-getter. She is a go-getter.
Happy thoughts. MST Silver. The scriptures do build up. WT hammers you down, but they love you very much while beating you down. Well, that's the prophecy, isn't it? That's the evil slave beating the fellow slave. Good grief. And I was going to Oversight for 25 years saying, why is it like this? Why is it like that?
Okay, Grow is not here yet. But she will be soon.
Well, Linda James, thanks for just stopping there and considering Grow's thoughts. I just saw that she locked onto the technical side. But yeah, so I think meanwhile, we were just talking about the thought stopping techniques and analyzing or examining how toxic an environment that is, and by design. This is not an accident. This is by
Correct.
design.
That's correct.
Man.
Which, when one realizes that something was done to us by design, intentionally, strategically, that is hard to receive. That's very hard to receive.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with a betrayal of a situation or someone that you've trusted.
Yes. Yes. Well, this is Linda James. This is the thing, isn't it? Oh, Grow is with us. Here we go.
Yes, wonderful. Hi, Grow.
I better shut up. Hello, Grow.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's see what we can do. So on my StreamYard, I can see both vertical and horizontal. So I can see portrait, and I can also see horizontal. So it is possible that because of your subscription that you have with StreamYard, that you are have both of them simultaneously. So what the public is seeing on YouTube is the vertical one. The horizontal one is hidden. And on screens, Rick had both of them running, both the vertical, the portrait, and the horizontal. So let's see how we can turn off your vertical and only have the horizontal one up. All right, so in your back office or on your portal.
Can you talk a little louder for me?
Okay.
My back office.
Yeah. So in your back office or your portal, where you see the layouts, and you were naming off a few of them, group, camera, and so on. Sorry. We're going to try with the camera out one. So on that screen where you have the actual live stream on StreamYard, at the bottom of that screen to the left, there should be a button that says
So this right now, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just when I was getting ready to turn off group layout, it says disable group layout. Are you sure you want to disable this layout as it is currently active?
Do you have, is that a radio button or is that a multiple selective button? What I mean is it only going to make you select just one option, or can you select group as well as something else?
It looks like only one option.
Okay.
So I just tapped on the camera like you suggested, and went up to the group layout to untap that one.
Yes.
And that's when this came up. So
okay, so let's try it because it wouldn't.
So now I have it on camera layout.
Okay, and camera layout, what are the options for camera layout? Does it have, does it name the different options like vertical, portrait, horizontal? And they might even have the icon to let you know what layout it is. You can actually see if it shapes like a phone up and down, or if it shapes like a rectangle left or right.
So what I've done is I've opened up something that is showing me different layouts.
Right.
And they all have different names, but it's not under only camera. It's under what I opened up as far as layouts.
Okay.
And I chose group layout before because it would show a couple of people. I'm not able to open up this to get more options, meaning the camera layout.
Okay. All right. Then go back from camera layout to what you had previously. Because it would seem as if group layout and camera layout, those are the only two ones that you have.
No, I have more than just those two. So I just now put it on Spotlight layout.
No, don't go to Spotlight layout. No.
Okay,
Does it have, I don't want to cut in too much more of your show.
No, I'm glad you're here. I
Okay.
can talk up a storm, but I don't know this kind of IT stuff.
All right, just give me 1 second here. I don't have the paid version of StreamYard, so it's only so much they would give me, right? Give me 1 second.
Okay, and I'm wanting to be able to read to you the options that they're giving me.
Okay. I see layouts and I see custom layouts that you can save to your accounts.
Thank you for being so patient with us, you guys. I appreciate it.
I think it's great that Grow's come in to try and save us.
Right. Rose awesome.
Especially since she's feeling so rubbish.
Oh, are you having one of those days where you feel like rubbish?
Got
I hate those days.
some virus hurting her.
Oh, okay.
Linda,
Yes.
is your YouTube also subscription, or is it the free version?
I have Prime YouTube.
Okay, great. Excellent. So if you look to the top right of your StreamYard, next to where I don't think it would say go live because you're live right now, but you should see the duck icon to the
Yes.
top right. I don't know if it has the duck icon or if it has your profile picture there.
I have the duck on my left, and then to my right, I have like 3 icons showing me where this is streaming. So one is streaming on my Facebook page,
Right.
and the other is on Vern's YouTube page, and then the other one is my YouTube page.
Okay. Is there a down arrow next to the YouTube icon? Where you're
Down
streaming from?
Or in the icon?
Yeah, but not the Vern one. The one that is to your YouTube. Because you said one is for Facebook, one is for Vern's YouTube, and the other one was where? Your YouTube?
Correct. So
Okay.
it does have a drop-down menu,
All right.
and then it's telling me that it's public, and that it says you are live,
Mm-hmm.
and then it has that little pencil thing where I can edit,
The edit, yes.
trash can where I can remove, which I don't want to remove.
Now,
So try edit.
no, go to the drop down arrow. See if it opens up to see the destinations that you are streaming to.
Okay, so on top here I have these 3 icons,
Yes.
and then I drop down the menu for
Yes.
myself on YouTube, and the options are to edit or remove. Then it's telling me that I'm live.
Okay. Then it is possible that because you are live, you can't make the changes while you're live. It
That's
is
what I'm
possible.
looking to.
Yeah. So when you're done this stream, this is what you're going to do. You're going to go in. You don't have to do it today, but you're going to go in again as if you're going to start a new live. And then instead of actually starting the live, you're going to select your orientation, because that's a new feature that StreamYard has, I think, for the last few days or so. It's a new feature. So you're going to, in your orientation, because you have the paid version, it will give you both orientations simultaneously, landscape and portrait. You're going to unselect, or you're going to click on the drop down arrow, because it is recommending that you have it both landscape and portrait, but you don't need that if you don't want it. So you're going to click on the drop down arrow and select your preference, your preferred orientation, which is landscape. Okay. Once you've done that, it should give you the option to save it, and you're going to save it as a custom layout, and you can even name it Linda's landscape layout.
Okay.
So in case something happens that it goes back to default, at least you will have that setting saved, and you can select that setting going forward.
Okay. Because I do remember setting it for landscape on all 3,
Yeah.
but I don't remember getting to a button that said save.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's where I think I went terribly wrong, or just didn't even know to do that. Okay. So I will remember that.
All right. Great.
And then
All
even Linda's layout. I like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have any anything that you can remember that's maybe something used to by the organ? And maybe you're not feeling up to this, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you think of something like what Matthew and I are talking about, like these terms that get you to stop the conversation or it shuts you down.
Oh yeah, with them telling me it's a lack of humility, or you're not being humble, or you're not being you know, you're going against theocratic arrangement, stuff like that. And a
Yeah,
person who's against theocratic arrangement is a person who's not a humble person. I got that a lot when I was pioneering, a lot.
yeah, I could
Yeah.
imagine.
And not wanting to, I would say that my personality is one where, especially when I was younger, where I didn't want to create enemies and didn't want to be disliked. Okay. And I was not like my older brother. He didn't give a damn what people say about him. He did not care.
Right.
And one of my younger sisters, she's like that as well. She just don't care. She's like, they don't pay my rent. They don't give
That's
me no food.
amazing to me.
I don't care what they say.
That's so
But
amazing.
I was not like that. I was
Yeah.
always the one where I didn't want people to dislike me, or I didn't want to be called out for being someone who was disobedient, or being someone who didn't want to listen. I didn't want to be read out. You know, when I stepped down from being a regular pioneer, you don't usually get read out if a person stepped down from being a pioneer. I was told I was going to be read out.
What does that term mean? Read out.
When they read you out at the service meeting, Sister Nicole is no longer a regular pioneer. That's being read out. Or Brother X has been disfellowshipped, but they changed that. They used to say has been disfellowshipped till they start saying is no longer one of Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Or has
Right,
disassociated himself, right? I didn't want to be read out, and they read me out that night. They told me they were going to read me out, and I got up and I left the hall because it had such, like, I was trembling. It had that much of an effect on me. I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong.
No, you
They're going
didn't.
to read me out, and everyone is going to think that I did something wrong. But I was still able to comment at meetings. And so I had a few people ask me after that, well, how come they read you out, but you're still able to comment and so on? I'm like, it's because I didn't do anything wrong. And so, because of not wanting to be in a position like that again and again, when I was told that I have a disobedient spirit, oh, I have the makings of one made up of disfellowshipping material. I was told that by an elder that I was made up of disfellowshipping material because I wasn't behaving in a humble way. It put me in a corner. It put me in a corner. And so some of the things that I would see happening to other people in the congregation, I wouldn't say anything to anyone that I was not close to, or that I didn't trust to not expose me. You know, it's an awful thing when they use that card against persons by saying, oh, you need to be a little bit more humble.
Yeah.
since then I've started asking the question, well, what do you mean by, what does that mean? What does being humble mean? What does it mean? Oh, you're trampling on the conscience of others. And I'm like, what exactly?
Trampling on the conscience of
Oh,
others.
yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's an abusive gaslighting. We know that word. We know what it means. It's an abusive gaslighting system that Charles Taze Russell, the next one, Rutherford, Nathan Knorr, all these men, they have created this, to pen people in like chickens about to be slaughtered.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. So it's unfortunate that someone said today on Six Screen, they just don't understand how is it people can't wake up and see. Well, that person who said that were in that same position. They were in the same position. See, waking up is painful. It is a shock. It is painful.
A shock to the system.
It made me sick. It makes people sick.
The betrayal is
hard. It is not something that a person can say, oh, okay, yeah, all right, I can move on with my life, especially with persons who have family in there. I don't have anyone in there except for my spouse, but I still feel torn because I have good friends.
Of course.
So it's an evil organization. It's very evil. But people on the inside, they cannot see it like that. They have to be exposed in small doses, and they have to be willing. You have to be a willing party to recognize, okay, I am being trained to agree with things I would not normally agree with.
But it's never presented like that.
Exactly.
Ever. Coming to that realization takes a while. And when you are at that realization, that's hard to really receive. When you are convinced somebody loves you, but you come to realize this is in fact the case, something other than, it's hard to go to that place of reality.
Mm-hmm.
It is. As a matter of fact, Zelkin, who's a lawyer from San Diego, speaks of the Jehovah's Witnesses as living in an alternate reality. And that makes so much sense to me. I think about my time growing up in this organization, and I see that our group is a subculture. Like, here's society at large, and then we're off here to the side, a subculture by itself, right? We self-isolate away from society at large, and this is our own little world, okay? An alternate reality. We're over here in this reality. We're not living, yes, we go here to go to work, and then we go back home and only associate with other Jehovah's Witnesses. We might need to go to the DMV or other certain things, the doctors or whatever, but after that, we go back to our own self-isolating zone. So we don't even need to be in a compound. We can have our own little homes or different places that we live, and know that in our minds, even if somebody tries to start a friendship with us, if they're not a Jehovah's Witness, we have been trained to not associate with them, because We've been trained that if we do, it will erode our faith.
Mhm.
So it's dangerous. Okay. It's, bad association spoils useful habits, right? So
Mhm.
we only stick with this group here, which really means we're under a rock and not exposed to society at large and what's going on with this bigger road, right? And then we hear that scripture: the smaller road leads to the kingdom and the bigger road leads to destruction. Right? So
Mhm.
that makes it to where we want to think, oh, good thing we're on this smaller road, right? And then, but it makes it to where we have less socializing, to no fault of our own or our parents, because if you're raised in this, our parents can't be responsible for how many families are in the congregation or how many kids are your age. I've heard of some kingdom halls where there would be a lot of people, a lot of families and kids that were a lot the same age, and then others not. So
Mhm.
we can't associate with people at school for after school activities or any kind of socializing during class. Birthday parties, we would be socializing. Valentine's Day, we would be socializing.
Yeah.
Any of the kind of holiday anything, it would be us kids socializing, doing something a bit different than the usual sitting down at our desk doing work. If we did an after school activity, we would be socializing. So that right there eliminates this socializing that we could be having. But if we're taught that it's dangerous and our parents are taught that it's dangerous, we're not going to go there.
Yeah.
Now, I can remember the term used: you don't want to make any waves. Don't make waves. Because you were talking about how your brother he didn't care much about what people thought of him. And same thing with your sister. I was taught to absolutely think what people thought of me. I don't want to stumble them. I don't want to look unhumble. Um, you know, all these things. I'm a representative of Jehovah. I need to, live a life of, I'm representing God and then responsible for his feelings, right? Responsible for his feelings. That's a whole lot to deal with.
Yeah. 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 Because they use the scripture in, I think is in Psalm, sorry, where it says, when he was talking about the nation of Israel, how they did wrong, and they pained the Holy One of Israel when they were in the wilderness. They use that scripture that our actions hurt God. We give God pain. Nonsense.
That is nonsense, and I'm holding
Absolute
everything
nonsense.
back from saying that is bullshit. Okay, that is bullshit, and it's a really clever way to control our behavior.
Yeah.
Especially those of us that have the mindset that there is a God, or even those that don't believe it. It's just a heavy, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
And
And
I'm
oh, sorry,
actually,
go
I'm
ahead.
getting mad,
Go ahead.
but keep talking about the subject. I'm just thinking about how
Yeah.
terrible that is.
It's interesting. There's this one sister back where I come from, and I think I may have had a rebellious spirit because I've been diagnosed more than once because we wanted to be sure. I've been diagnosed with having ADHD, and
Oh, okay.
so I
So do I.
growing up ADHD as a young person, especially for a woman, a female, is much different. ADHD in men, and it's much different. It presents differently as an adult. That's why I had to do more than one test when I was growing up. One as preteen, one as a teenager, and then the third one as an adult. Um, having ADHD even make me forget what I was gonna say.
That's too funny. If a fellow ADHD person here, I'm laughing because I can relate.
Right. It came back to me. Right. So what people saw in me as rebelliousness, it was me having attention deficit. And so this one sister, she had said to me, and she had only recently gotten baptized. I think I was 22 and she had just gotten baptized. And she said to me, "Well, now I'm set. I'm so happy. I don't need to go anywhere else for any news. I don't need to read any magazines, anything out there, because everything could be found in the organization." So so she committed herself to not learn. Basically, that's what it is. She committed to herself. Her education ended at Watchtower's doorstep. It goes nowhere else. And so it's unfortunate that many witnesses, when they come across a statement that does not make sense to them,
Oh
they
my
say,
God.
"Oh, well, Jehovah is going to sort this out. He will make things clearer." I was never good at numbers. I was never good at math. That is also a learning disability that I have. It's called dyscalculia. It is the sister of dyslexic. So I do struggle with numbers. And so the dates, the 1914 dates, the 607 dates, and stuff like that, I could never explain it because, first and foremost, I don't understand numbers. I really don't. And because of having this fear of not understanding how they arrive at these dates, I never pursued it. And so I never questioned it.
Me too.
Right. And but English and words and history and understanding these things, yes, that is my forte, baby. That is my forte. And my disappointment that I have with myself is not putting the effort that I should have done as a teenager into the history of this organization. Had I done that, and had I had the support of my family, which I did not have because I wanted to bring them back together, and that's why I started studying as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, because they promised me they're going to reunite my family for me, which never happened.
Oh my goodness. I did not know this was told to you.
Yeah. Yep.
How old were you? You're saying
I
you were a
started
teenager.
studying, when I was 17, 16 into 17. My mom had just left and migrated. And so I was a minor.
Yeah.
Right? By first world terms, by first world countries like Canada, America, the US, Canada, the UK, first world countries. they will consider a person a minor at that age. And so they had no right to even come to my doorstep or even study with me without the permission of my parents. But where I come from, I'm not from a first world country. I'm from a third world country. So of
Yes.
course, they don't care. So anyway, getting back to what I was saying, if I had invested a little more time into doing history study, or even enlisting the assistance of someone who knows math and can do the calculations for me, maybe, just maybe, I would not have been brainwashed for so many years. But you live and you learn. I'm still alive.
Yes. And let me add something. You know, when anybody brings up anything new to you and they're offering it to you, even selling it to you like it's the best thing since sliced bread. What's really wonderful about the internet is you can usually look up the subject
Yes.
along with reviews.
Yes.
People give reviews. So you might get to hear about other people's experiences within this a group or a certain kind of bread or a restaurant, you know?
Mm.
So
Very interesting that you
if we're
say
not
that.
good at math, we can look up reviews.
Yes. Yes. And I'm
Okay.
so very grateful for the internet. And you know, it's interesting that you would even bring that up, because now anybody, whether they be Christian, non-Christian, atheist, anybody that brings forth to me a new idea or even an old idea, because as I said before, I was Catholic before. If they bring forth to me any idea or any teaching, any doctrine, I am like, please provide me your references.
Yes.
Because I'm not going to be hoodwinked. I'm not going to be blindsided. I'm not going to walk into this again. Produce your references.
Yes.
Produce your evidence. I will review the data and then I will get back to you. I
Yes.
am not
By the
going
way-
into nothing. Go ahead,
Yes.
Linda.
If someone chooses to maybe check out the church, you know, down the block where you live or any other church, you know, when you go there, you can ask for a list of their doctrines, and they should have one to be able to hand you. And most churches have what is called a mission statement.
Yes.
Okay, so both of those things can help you get the impression that they're trying to display, which might be just false and crap, or it could be the truth, that it could be the truth, right? So usually a list of doctrines will come with the scriptures that prove it. And if they don't, you're well within your, I want to say right, but it's not uncommon to go to a pastor or a youth pastor or somebody and ask them to explain these to you with Bible-backed scripture, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you go to a church that tells you they're the only ones that can interpret scripture,
Yeah.
run.
Linda James and Grow, I wanted to ask you a question because it has
Sure.
come up quite a bit. And I wanted to ask, in your opinion, do you feel that ADHD and autism, when they say, oh, you're part of that spectrum, do you think it's misdiagnosed in a system such as high control JW environment, which is creating an indoctrination, which is saying we can't associate with people or have these normal relationships. It's separating people, in effect, conditioning people in such a way that it actually manifests as a pseudo set of symptoms that's read by your mainstream psychologists and gets picked up as a pattern that they diagnose, and I'm going to say misdiagnosed as ADHD and autism.
It's one of the reasons why when a child is diagnosed as having ADHD, that child needs to be diagnosed at different stages in their life. Okay? Apart from having ADHD, I have another side to it, and it does go hand in hand. Ring of fire type of ADHD. Limbic, I can't remember the name of the other one, but ring of fire type of ADHD tend to present itself as being bipolar type 2. Okay? But one doctor would say, oh yeah, it's no, you're bipolar type 2. When in truth and in fact, this doctor who says it's bipolar type 2 wasn't aware of the ADHD diagnosis as a child. And so one psychiatrist doctor who specializes in childhood ADHD may not specialize in a different type of mental health or mental disorder. And so to answer your question, people being misdiagnosed as having ADHD in the organization, yes, it does happen, especially if they have been only diagnosed at one stage of their life. If the disorder presents itself right through their lifespan, from the time they become aware of their existence to present, if it has been manifesting right through their life, then that is not a misdiagnosis. It may be a misdiagnosis in terms of what the disorder is, but it does not negate the fact that this person has a disorder, a mental disorder.
Ooh, that's a powerful way of looking at it.
Right?
So my next question is, do you think that the disorder is induced through the religious system?
Some disorders are, because stress brings on symptoms that resemble a disorder. All right? If a person is manifesting depression, but there are different kinds of depression. So let's say this person manifests a type of depression that is only that only occurs during seasonal affective times, like this time of the year, seasonal affective disorder. But this person is manifesting this type of depression right through the year. Then there's an underlying reason why. This is not a chemical imbalance thing here that is happening with this individual. This could be from external stress. Stress from what? See, stress from their religion, from the high controlness of their religion brings this on. It affects their gut health. And your gut health determines how your entire person is affected. Right? And so to answer your question, yes, there are so many sick Jehovah's Witnesses who are sick mentally. But once they remove themselves from the situation that they are in, that disorder miraculously disappears, because they never had it in the first place. They never had that disorder. they had a symptom of the stress that they felt while caged. So they are in this fight or flight mode constantly, and their body reacts to it. They say smoking is is um is a killer, or smoking gives you cancer. No, that's not true. Do the research yourself. You will see smoking does not give you cancer. Stress on your body coupled with smoking accelerates your chance of getting cancer. And so, among Jehovah's Witnesses, those who suffer under the control, because you have the ones who do the controlling and the ones who are being controlled. So, the ones who do the controlling, they don't feel that stress, not necessarily, unless they're pressured to control people. Okay? But the ones who are being controlled, they are the ones who experience the stress, which
Yes.
produces all these disorders. But once they are out of that climate, you see a remarkable recovery. Remarkable.
Yeah. So some people will have ADHD and autism. I do.
Mhm.
And that can be called neurodivergent, or I think there's a slang or whatever, neurospicy or something like that. But more and more people are realizing, that these different things, because there's more things available to diagnose them. So usually it's very common for ADHD and autism to be together, to be diagnosed together. And you were talking too about, mental disorders and stuff and the stress. So with schizophrenia, that commonly shows up after someone becomes an adult in their early 20s. So they can go through their teenage years and not even have symptoms. But if you get it just the right amount of stress in your early 20s, it'll show up big time. Okay. And so there's that. And you were talking about this, all this stress. Well, there's that stress hormone, cortisone. The fact that we were kept in a state of stress all the time, in a state of fear all the time. I was listening to a doctor one day who was giving a talk, who was a previous Jehovah's Witness. She was telling us we basically marinated
Mhm.
cortisone all the time, and she talked about this one section in the brain, the hippocampus, and how it's kind of shaped like a seahorse, but at the top of it, it had these little hairs, just these little spacey hairs, and it actually affected those hairs to where it brought the hairs down, or took off those little fuzzy. Basically, it was damaging to the brain. I don't know how to explain why, but that's what she explained. But I remember when she said that we were marinating in it, it's like, oh my God, that is so true. That was my experience, to just be marinated. So I think that contributes to being unhealthy as well.
Yeah, it does. I want to comment on something that Purple said.
Okay.
Purple said that there are a lot of studies that show that tobacco does give you cancer. Now, I am from the Caribbean, and we still have native people in the Caribbean who chew tobacco. Okay? These native people are called the Caribs and the Arawaks. My country specifically had the Arawaks. The sister island of my country had the Caribs. They were the cannibals. Okay?
Did you say
Um,
they were the cannibals?
They were the cannibals, yes. They
Okay.
ate people. They were the
I
cannibals.
just want to make sure that's what you said. Okay.
Some of
They ate.
them did, but not all of them. But yeah, they
Right.
were right. Now, we still have a lot of raw tobacco chewers. And I knew of one particular lady in my little village, and she lived to be 105 years old. She, her son, her, her grandson, her great granddaughter, all tobacco chewers. None of them got cancer. And there are quite a number of Caribs in my country. No trace of cancer.
This was the pure tobacco leaf.
Pure tobacco leaves. Okay.
Okay.
Tobacco today has over 100 different chemicals in it. That added to external stress and internal stress and the way we eat, which creates even more stress on the body, causes the body to be inflamed.
Mm-hmm.
Inflammation brings on the growth of cancer. Smoking does not cause cancer. It all depends on the type of tobacco a person smokes. If you smoke tobacco that has lots and lots of chemicals in it, and we know these cigarettes out there have lots and lots of chemicals, then go figure.
Right.
You know? So while there are many studies out there that would say tobacco does cause cancer, okay. But tobacco and what? Not just tobacco. Tobacco what causes cancer? What causes strain on the body that causes cancer to go crazy and not have your white cells deal with it? So yeah, so that's
I hear what you're saying, and I hear what she's saying too, and they're both really good points, you know. And we didn't.
I
get to-
discovered that about the tobacco because of my brain coming to a grinding halt with the hypoxia. So I went to my family. I was resigned to die. You know that. I just said, okay.
I'm so glad you're still around. I'm so glad.
I'm not
you're
afraid
still-
of this, but I'm
Yeah.
I'm okay with it because maybe this is the way out. I've just got to accept it, and I had made peace with it. And my family intervened, and they found two scientists, two very brave women, courageous women who had their doctorates and were not afraid to say that the mainstream medicine was tainted and geared like a death machine. And I remember doing first aid on one of my family relatives, and I just dove in because they were critical, and I could see that the one side, the parasympathetic nervous system, was affected very, very badly. They were in crisis, and I could see that they were having like this nervous shock. And I realized, oh well, you know, with the COVID, the can be in my mind. I realized there was potential for shedding, and I very imperfectly understood it, but I suspected that was happening. But because they were in crisis,
what I need to mention is I got a strike on my last video, so if you could speak in code, that would be helpful.
Sorry about that.
I'm not sure why, but that could be why, you know. So I haven't mentioned that yet. I was going to tell you before the show because
I'm going to zip up because I think
speak in code, if that makes sense. Like I didn't mean to shut you up. I just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know how to get through on the system because I got so much stuff in my head, and I
Yeah.
know that it's all triggering stuff.
And yeah,
I
you
got,
know,
I got mountains and mountains of it. Anyway, okay, so I might as well finish this one
yeah, I
because
mean,
we did the brain scan and we saw that part of the brain had shrunk, but that was
wow,
what got me onto the whole idea of the nicotine that supports what Grow is saying. The
interesting.
plant
Okay.
produces it to protect itself. When I got into trouble, I said to these scientists, I said, protect my brain. If we're going to do this, and I'm trusting this, and I'm accepting the medical help from you. And they got me onto cyclic nootropics. So things like L-theanine. But you see, when you go into a nootropic, your body starts adapting. But one of the things was the pure nicotine, and Purple was talking about it here as well. And I see it's coming up in the comments. But one of the things is the nicotine. So what's the first thing I'm thinking of? Oh, I'm going to get addicted to nicotine. No, it doesn't happen. Doesn't occur because it's pure. It's in its pure form. And when I went on to that, and I was getting the cyclic nootropics correct, I could see that my transcription skills, all the blockages that I had, those were lifted, getting through, able to, I mean, like in a day, I was able to write something like 10,000 words. It was incredible. God. So I could measure, with the word count, what my productivity was like with that. And there was no withdrawal or anything like that. And I realized, yes, like what Grow is saying, it's the added chemicals that are put in there to create the addiction, which is the toxic thing, and it triggers the inflammation. But yeah, we are fed such a lot of nonsense in the system with bad information and with bad food. I mean, even a lettuce, for goodness sake, is so engineered that it no longer has the kind of qualities that stimulate the brain in the times that it was in its original form. But that's one of the great things about living in rural Africa is you live in somewhere like Malawi or wherever, and they saying just eat this food or eat this that comes out of the ground, and you feel those effects because your subconscious mind now connects to your conscious mind and is communicating correctly, and you've got the correct imagery going on, and you can see the perceptive changes, and they're going just welcome to society. This is how we all are here, This is what it is to be in touch with your senses, and your sense of smell and your sense of taste and your own mental abilities. And isn't it incredible here in Africa that persons that are in touch with these things say, oh, well, we're the lowest form of life. And you're going, no, you represent what our potential is, our advanced, or what advanced civilization really is like. Take the San people or the Khoi people living off, I don't want to say subsistence agriculture, but just living off the land, knowing what roots to eat and how to survive.
Right.
Yeah. We have less than, I don't know, about 100,000 left in Namibia. And I would say that extermination is happening because it threatens the whole artificial authority system. You can't have sovereign humans. Can't have.
I hear you. Yes. That's yeah. That's a thing.
Linda James, how long is it going to take to unstrike you? Is it 6 months?
No, it's not that
3.
long.
I think they said something about 3 if I don't get another strike. I've never had it. It's never happened before, so I was
It
just
happened when Matt Gray rocked up.
what?
It happened when Matt Gray rocked up on your channel.
Trust me,
What?
you're not the only one that comes on and speaks of all kinds of stuff, you know. And
That's
so
the thing, though. I think you might have to take a look at your settings, because Joe Rogan and all these guys, when you listen to their lives, they say the outlandish things and they don't get strike. Okay, so it may have to do with your settings, what you allow on your stream, and who is the audience that it is addressed to. Pay attention, especially to the audience that is addressed to, even though there are some words that, as Purple mentioned, there are some words that YouTube takes note of, but then
Yes.
doctors are the ones that say these words and they don't get strike. So
Yeah.
there's a bit of truth to that, as well as taking a look at your settings. Go over them again, because keep in mind too that these companies' policies change all the time. And
Yes,
sometimes
they do.
we might get an email telling us, oh, yeah, there's an update with the privacy policy or the, terms and
Yeah.
conditions. But we don't read it. Who wants to read all of that? We don't read it. I let my auto reader read it for me.
Me too.
Who wants to read all of that?
I have my auto reader read it to me as well.
Yeah, might as well. And then sometimes the language that they use is not everyday English language. That's language that lawyers would be able to understand. And if you don't understand it, you think you're going to know when you're doing something against their policies? No, you're not going to know until you get a strike. So, yeah, just go over your terms and conditions, your policy changes, and so on, just to make sure. And make it strictly adults. Strictly adults.
That's what I do. Yeah, but I've kind of not done it on all of them, but I did it last weekend for what we did last weekend.
Right.
For both of them, and I don't understand it. So it said something about lacking in history or something, YouTube history. I'm like, it just makes no sense. So I, of course, Googled it and kind of read about it. Got frustrated, set it down.
Yeah.
Take it back up later. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, Linda, I always like being on your show. I always do. Even when I can't stay on, I would fall asleep and then I would wake up again because I'm like, what did I miss?
That's so cool. I
So,
really enjoy you as well. Bless you.
yeah. So I am going to bed though.
Okay.
But I will be
Good night,
listening
bro.
from bed. Good night. I will be listening from bed, just so you
Okay.
know.
Okay.
But
Well, I don't know how you do it.
What?
I don't know how you stay up so late and carry on with all of these things.
You don't know how I stay up so late?
No, I
and
don't.
on?
I don't know how you manage, because you got the energy, you got the brain.
I don't have the energy for that. But
Well,
you
fool me.
You seem to have the energy because
Right.
you're on Facts on JW.
I'm
on
on
Thick
these.
Screens. You're
What
on
am I
Thick Screens. You're on Linda James of Pastor Dave's show. And you're in South Africa, where the time frame is like how many hours ahead of
Okay.
Linda. So, I mean, like, who's the one that has the energy here? Not me, because I make sure I get my 8-9 hours sleep. I make sure of that.
You might be having a good point there.
It's
She's calling
survival.
you out.
Yeah. Oh well.
That's too funny. I love it.
You don't see the mess during the rest of the week, Grow.
Yeah, I know the mess that happens
Me
with the rest of the week. I
I've got to
work
be
5
popping
days a week.
vitamin. I've got to be popping vitamin D3 and K2 and fistfuls of nootropics,
Oh my goodness.
methylene blue. Nah, it's not as bad as that. I'm on. I take low dose naltrexone for pain, and I take vitamin D3 and K2. But I'm not making medical advice, YouTube. Okay.
Right. We are not doctors. We just hang
We're
out
not
because we want to
doctors.
be associated with this organization or narcissistic families, kind of cult-like environments.
Yeah. And
I
yeah,
confess,
Matthew, you need to jump into Ruby's show on Tuesdays. She's all about politics. You can
Yes.
jump into her show on Tuesdays. You can get a little bit about American politics.
Dallas invited me, but a lot of that information, I have sat through it, but a lot of that information goes right over my head.
Because it's American politics, so that's
They have
why.
a very unique channel and a very unique show on Tuesday nights, and I showed up for it a lot. But over the last 3 weeks, I have not shown up for it, and I have a better sense of well-being. And this is just me. I'm only talking about me, but I have a different view than their view, and they're kind of Ruby and Jimmy kind of are along the same lines, and then I'm kind of off in a different zone. So
Yes.
it's it can clash what I'm hearing with what I believe it kind of clashes, and it actually affects my frustration level. Or so I told myself, let me take a break from this, and I'm not saying other people should, because they have a dynamic show, but for me, I chose to not go back to it, and that worked out well for me.
Yeah,
And
I figured so.
And again, it's because I have a different viewpoint. It doesn't mean I'm saying they are absolutely wrong. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I have a different viewpoint, which makes it to where when I hear some of the stuff going on, it really frustrates me. So that's my thing. So for me, I chose to not go for the last 3 weeks. And that's working for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are awesome people. Yeah.
Well, I was losing my voice again. I could hardly talk earlier.
Oh, no. Okay.
No, that's one of the symptoms.
Right.
So I'm sort of present.
Yeah.
But,
And I've been feeling this actually with you for the last 3 weeks. That something in your spirit is just kind of heavy. And
well, I feel that I'm pretty transparent with you. I mean, Grow sees through me very easily, but so do you. And I mean, the whole idea of healing is to be transparent, or is true. What is it? To God and thine self be true. I say the truth wave because each one has their own perspective on what their truth is, but it's as an individual endeavors to be truthful as much as possible. I am still a believer that is the way to healing, and also to healing others as well, because it's not just solipsism or you yourself only. It's also the interconnectedness that we have together that is able to heal. And sometimes it isn't the eloquence of words. Sometimes it, as you say, it's the spirit, isn't it? It's the presence that we have. What's Grow saying? Then your muscle will waste away. I've been thinking. If it could just.
It's actually very, very common to have stages that, for me, I'll have stages to where sometimes life is just a bit more heavier, and sometimes life is a bit more lighter as far as my well-being. And that's to be expected with what I'm dealing with or shedding or focusing on within my healing journey. Being conditioned or indoctrinated in a belief system that you have to decide for yourself, for myself, what I want to keep and what I want to get rid of. And deciding that is a wonderful place to be. But sometimes when I'm letting go of some toxic stuff, I also mourn the loss. It's also heartbreaking, so that comes up as well.
Yeah, sure.
Later better for it, and the heaviness, the heartbreak, the deception, the anger, these normal things that are stages of grief, I'll have them every so often, to where it used to be a lot. I used to have that, go through it a lot, but now it's every so often. So it gets better, people. It'll happen less and less as you're healing. And sometimes you might need to step away and just take a break. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Nothing wrong with that at all. And, do something to rejuvenate yourself. And then when you want to, or when you're ready, get back up on that train of healing. And if you decide you're fine right at the level that you're at, then you're fine at the level that you're at. This should not be something that's a should do, but a get to do, even though it's tough. It can be tough, but man, it's worth it. Because on the other side of this is freedom. And it's really, really worth it.
Well, there's a couple of things that happen, things that should give pleasure, give pain.
Yes.
That's one of the things. Somebody genuinely saying, "Oh, I love you, I really do," and it manifests pain. And I say, I actually can see through this. I know that what's coming through is coming through with purity. I can identify that. But then I say, but my way to reciprocate, you got to forgive me because it's very painful. And thankfully, I've got very understanding people. Of course, they are few and far between. But I count it as a blessing that I'm able to express that and say, yeah, I can't. And then, of course, they go, okay, well, let's just back off here, just recover and relax and chill. And I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that there are those that have that ability to not necessarily be offended by even saying that.
That is good. That's very good.
Because there's the potential to hurt, especially if there is a deep love that's involved.
Absolutely.
That's the one thing. Oh, the other thing is cognitive load. I think Grow was touching on it, but it's, what is it? Coming from a pioneering background. I mean, I still pioneer. I still put in a report, but it's it's not for the same. I would say it's a purer motive.
Do you count the time that you spend here? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Add this time here that you spend here with the time you turn in.
That's a very good point, Linda James. Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
Yeah,
I know it
because
sounds crazy, but I mean it.
you know what goes around comes around. There was a person who there was a judicial case, and they had been assaulted. But when they called the elders together, they said, "Oh, I have committed fornication." This is what happened, and so the judicial was so narrow-minded that they disciplined the person for that confession. And then I was working with them in field ministry one day, and I realized that it was not as they had reported, that they had actually been assaulted. It wasn't their fault. And I asked a few questions. I said, "Whoa," I said, "what's happened in this committee is you've been traumatized and you've taken the blame." And I said, "Now you've suffered the punishment or the discipline from the committee on top of this thing. No, this is an injustice." And so I said, "I've got to apologize to you because I didn't see this initially. It's only dawned on me a month or two later what's actually occurred here." And I actually said to them, I said, "Tell me, I really apologize." I said, "You must really think we are the worst spiritual healers." And they said, no. He says, "I also was naive or not in the right mind frame. And what's happened is because of the truthfulness and the honesty of how this has been dealt with, it's enabled me to heal spiritually from this and get things into the right perspective." But I realized that the way that our elders had, and I went to the circuit overseer, I said, "We botched up this judicial. We totally botched it up." And they said, "Oh, this is a rare case." And it was one of those things that I thought that we were genuinely, it was why I say we were living in a bubble, because we were genuinely trying to work for catharsis, and we were trying to work for all of the principles of healthy psychology. And we didn't realize that actually, the way that the organization runs doesn't work like this. But I also look at those kind of experiences, and you build that up, and those persons come back to you, or that's how I feel I've been blessed in my life, because they go, "Oh, if elders have booted you out or they've done it, we don't believe it. We don't believe it." So Grow says, "Matthew, are you still an active witness?" Yeah, in a very weird way. And it might be due to liabilities, it might be due to certain complications, but yeah. Because I was forced to take the elders to the police. So in a way, if they now take an action that they might be forced to, it puts them into this awful legal situation where it exposes their liability, or I say alleged liability, because they put the congregation into danger. We had a 2-year-old at the hall where there was this administering of corporal punishment to a 2-year-old in the worst way you could ever imagine. And it was so disturbing to the congregation. But it was done because of this instruction from the elders that saying this is what's got to be done. And they're going, "Yes, this is my love. This is my love for the kid. This is coming from Jehovah." Right. And the police actually said to me, they said, "Oh, has anybody acted on this advice from the platform?" Go, "Yes, it has happened." But often the elders are compartmentalized, or because of the laws, you can't press charges. It's got to happen from the parent. There's certain complications. It's not always very clean cut in how you can address these things. And I explained that to the detective warrant officer. I said, "These things are very, very complex. what I feel is I've got a responsibility to report what's happened. So because of that, Grow, I'm in this weird, spiritually, I believe I'm emergent. I don't know if that satisfies you. It's not because I'm dodging anything.
Spiritually,
I
you believe
believe
what?
I'm emergent. I'm a witness
Oh,
emergent.
I'm sorry. Okay. I thought you said I'm a virgin. I'm like, that's so 144,000. Okay.
Yes, and I'm a virgin too. Why not? You know.
It's like, this makes perfect sense. Yes.
Wait, Matthew is still an active witness. Yes. But Grow, I also do other volunteer work as well. I don't just, it's not just that, it's just that there's persons that are still involved in teaching people. And I say, as long as, and they'll invite me and they'll say, will you go on studies with me? And I'll say, yes. And I said, you know my whole story. And if there is something that I know that is programming somebody in a wrong way, I'm not going to support it. Are you still going to work with me? Absolutely, Matt. So no matter what truth I say, it's just building the relationships for a select few. For others, of course, it's exposed it horribly. And I've had coordinators shaking, and I'm saying, all I'm telling you is I'm telling you the truth. And I'm showing you how you've harmed the congregation. And they're standing there shaking, and I'm having to tell them, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay if you can face this truth, but I'm not backpedaling on it, and I'm not going to apologize on it. But you're a mess because you've broken supreme ethics here. You've put the congregation in danger. And as you're standing here, the reason why you're shaking is you know you've done it, and you know you've done wrong. So do you apologize? Do you make restitution? You can do that right now. But if you can't, that's not because I've harmed you. You've done this to yourself. I don't know if that makes sense, Linda James. Or
well, thank you. Thank you for sharing.
It might just complicate things more, Grow, but I am what I am. So, you know.
And you know what? In my opinion, I welcome Jehovah's Witnesses here. If a Jehovah's Witness comes here and decides to talk over me and push the convictions of the organization onto me, pushing it, I would have a problem with that. And I just have not received that yet from.
Well, I would like to invite you to Memorial next year.
Whose funeral?
I hear it's Jesus' funeral. Oh, this is honey. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Can you two talk together for a few minutes? Because I need to take a little break.
Grow. I don't feel under an obligation to push a religious view that is harming people. I won't do it. So I work authentically. I also work with psychologists. I chose who I felt were the best on the planet, and I said, right, let's go and do something that is going to help community. And I did that to kind of separate from JW activity. Pioneers that know me or who invite me or absolutely are insistent that they still include me, we're very transparent together. There's no qualms about what I'm involved in or what I've done, or, you know, I don't hide anything. And it's just that they go, well, that's what attracted us to this, but we're just trying to take the good things that are there, and that's the focal point. And I go, well, that's great. I have a congregation of something like over 300 people. Can you believe it? That's separate to this nonsense.
How can a congregation be over 300? That's like an assembly, a mini assembly.
It's a mini assembly, but what I've done is I've subtracted all the harmful doctrinal stuff that's manipulative, and just said, right, if you're going to take something from the Bible, it's got to be a story like the Good Samaritan, and that's it, and don't push any kind of agenda. and it's got to be absolutely free. There's none of this contribution stuff or anything that came in. And I said those are the rules, and that's what I've kept to it. I haven't publicized it very much because I don't want it coming under attack. But it's one of those anomalies. It's just taken off. Go figure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So people are attracted to I'm going to say supreme ethics. That's what it is in this case. So grow, that makes things more complex, right? But anyway.
I see.
Happy thoughts. Talking about the real truth is beneficial to both the listener and the hearer. Yeah, well, that's the goal. That's what seems to be working for as long as it works. And I'm not in any kind of crisis if it all falls apart. But I was just looking at, well, what are the complaints that have happened? What are the things that have got me into trouble? Well, what got me into trouble was the merely asking the question, well, how can we be from the platform telling the congregation to administer corporal punishment if you've got persons from Malawi who have got different laws? They come into South African soil, you've just advised them or told them to be obedient, and then they carry this out at the Kingdom Hall and they've broken the law. All I did was raise that question, and these guys ejected me. But I'd already sent the information to the service desk, got the information back on the direction, and from research, carried it out. Then I wrote back to the branch what I had done. They didn't pick up the registered mail. We saw the registered mail just sitting in the post box system. So we bypassed that and used registered courier, which then arrived at branch committee desk, which they then processed to governing body. And we know that the governing body got this information. I've got the actual evidence that they discussed this on the Wednesday meeting. So we know that they cannot say that they were ignorant to what was going on. And so in front of the police, I've had to say, well, our congregation, it seems that the governing body wants to distance themselves, but also simultaneously have control over them. They've removed me without transparency. They just announced it without a proper meeting or anything like this. They just announced it because of the potential liability. And we have the admission from the branch that the branch agreed with me. We've got the admission. It's all in writing, and we've got the evidence. We've got the conversations that happened, and it's a mess. It's just a mess. It's a catch-22 double binding situation that is mixed in with legalities and doctrinal control and people that are afraid because there's been violence. In the high density area, it's not just the high density area. All over the peninsula, people have acted on this information in the most horrendous ways, and people have come to harm. It's just ridiculous that it's happened, but it's what's happened. And it has to stop.
Eventually. It might eventually stop, or people just have to find their way out.
Yeah. So what was necessary? It was necessary to go to enforcement, however they deal with it, or however the law deals with it. That's up to them. I mean, there's only so much that we as individuals can do. But I feel that the conscience is clear. And I think that the awareness, talking like this, does help. Of course, trying to avoid your YouTube strikes, but I think that the awareness does help. I think the sense of community is very, very important. And from that point of view, I think things are winning.
Yeah.
My own father says, just let it happen. He says, just let it happen. And I said, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I said, for myself, when persons have come to me saying, Matt, we need help because this is the abuse that we have faced, I can't just turn a blind eye to that because I made a commitment to be a proper elder. I made that commitment. I made that promise. So I can't just leave it. Especially if there's somebody sitting in the congregation pretending to be an authority or coming up onto the platform during a convention, and they're the biggest hypocrite because they are the abuser themselves. This goes sure. This is an abomination. But people are knowing. It's a tremendous damage. It's a tremendous betrayal that's happened. I think the awareness is there. It's staring people right in the face. They can't ignore it anymore. But they go out into the ministry here on the peninsula. I know every house here, every plot. And I think it's an embarrassment. I think it's an embarrassment for people to be knocking on the door with this kind of awareness. The damage is so severe.
Yeah.
I'm just yapping here. I don't know if there's any real content because I'm caught in between yapping and trying not to trigger the censor. And
You just have to be careful with some of the words that you use. If you want to know which words that is the algorithm is going to pick up to censor, then just do a search.
Good idea.
And it will let you know what some of the words you use. You don't say, if somebody wants to unalive somebody, you don't say the word, that we would normally say to unalive someone. If you want to unalive yourself, you don't say the word that you would normally use in everyday speech. Once somebody no longs to be with us on this earth, then you say unalive. When you use terms like that, then the system is not going to pick up and censor you. If you want to talk about the virus that, that they say claimed so many people, just say the virus within the last 5 years. The worldwide virus within the last 5 years. I mean, it's a lot of words to say instead of saying the C virus, or you can, find another shortened phrase, stuff like that. Right. If you want to talk about Donald Trump, you can talk about Donald Trump. They can't censor you on that, because people talk about Trump every day. Yeah, but just do a search online and you can even do
that, and it makes perfect sense to
yeah. As a matter of fact, I think everybody should have an AI to do the search for them. Like, I don't even do Google search anymore. I just go straight into my AI. I like Copilot over ChatGPT. And I have it on my phone. I have it. Sometimes Copilot would even talk to me as if he's my buddy. Yeah. But yeah, just ask, whatever search programs you use, and it will just give you a list of the most censored words on YouTube. And then Linda, when you start your program, if anyone is going to join you on StreamYard, just mention to them before they come on StreamYard, there are some terms that will not be used on your live. And if everyone could respect that, then that would be most appreciated, because we love having you on air. We don't want to have you censored off air for like a whole month or 6 weeks or however long they want to do an investigation. We don't want that. So definitely.
And just listening to Matthew say, okay, I'll shut up now, is like, but that's not what I want to have happen just because I mentioned
Yeah.
I think it's a great solution, Grow. Like,
I feel
do
tricked because I do my best to try and disguise the more obvious ones, but also live in this state of paranoia that I go, well,
Mhm.
AI ain't that stupid because you can still disguise things with nuances and innuendo,
Yeah.
and it goes,
Until
I know
AI
exactly
learns.
what you're up to.
Yeah. And then once AI learns that, then that means that before they can censor you, they have to make a policy change and submit it and give people time to, because they will tell you when the policy will take effect. And then how we know that, oh, darn, the policy took effect. When we see other people getting censored left, right, and center, then we will know, okay,
Yeah.
policy's in effect. Let's figure out what the policy is. So
And what's interesting is, like, I've heard people talk about the term "grape." When discussing something like what you mentioned earlier, Matthew, when a woman was assaulted, so
yeah,
they'll use the word "grape"
yes,
or "corn" rather than
yeah,
something that, like, videos
Yes.
involve
yeah,
children. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm noticing that some words are being replaced with other words that seem to make it okay. And I'm
Yeah.
learning, I'm learning them, and
Mhm.
as much as I don't care for this, I also have a healthy respect for it too. It's kind of weird.
Mhm.
Happy thoughts. Cockney, yes, that's exactly what we used to do in London. Good info, Grow. If I'm unsure, I try to think of another rhyming word. Yeah, Grow, you got good advice.
I was
Oh,
gonna
yeah?
I was gonna mention when you were talking about what you were talking about, Matthew. From what I understand, when there's judicial committees and stuff, if somebody comes in and claims that they were an alleged victim of a situation, I heard that they are sometimes asked if they screamed. And if they did not scream, they are
Yeah.
considered a consenting participant.
Yes.
And that would be the situation where, like the way she was thinking, she committed the fornication. So she thought she was actually like that, speaking as though she was a consenting adult in the situation where you have to scream. Okay. Some people, when scared, go into fawn, where they almost play, like their body will literally almost play dead.
Yes.
Actually, the body's clever survival method. Okay.
Yeah.
And some of the things that I've come to learn, like terminology, like if they make a practice of it, then they're an unrepentant sinner. And I've learned that if whatever it is done 3 times, that's the point that it's considered a practice. You've made a practice of doing this certain activity. If you've done it 3 times,
Unbelievable.
to me, it's like, wow.
No, a sister in my congregation when I was back home, she did it twice, and she got the axe.
Okay. And another
Yeah.
thing is I've also heard of people that would describe their situation at a meeting and say that they were truly repentant, truly sorry, but they got disfellowshipped anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Followers are taught that rarely happens. Disfellowshipping, well, today removal, hardly ever happens. It only happens if they're unrepentant. So you think to yourself, so and so got disfellowship? My God, they must have been unrepentant with a sin that was obviously brought up to them, pointed out to them, and they were still repentant. I mean, unrepentant. Unrepentant? Oh, I better,
Okay. Well, I can give you situations where I've removed people. I had a person that was involved in Californication, since we're using these rhyme words. So, but what was happening was I was always aiming for a catharsis situation. So somebody's done this. What have you done to rectify the situation? Now I've apologized. I've stopped doing. Oh, great. Okay, fabulous. And what's your sense of your spiritual side? Do you feel that that's rectified things? Yes. So asking these kind of questions, do you feel that it's cleared conscience? And yeah. Okay. And then a person can kind of get addicted to the catharsis situation. So it's like, I feel the sense of relief, and they go back and do exactly the same thing a day later.
Yeah.
So that was happening. So I said, right, what we're going to do is we're going to put you under the discipline, because your mind has seen a pathway to getting into this loop of repetition. So yes, we're going to remove you here, but there is a way back again. So making it very clear that this is so that it breaks the mental loop of you repeating the same behavior. Okay, because it's harming relationships, it's harming family. So why are we having this discussion? Because you've seen that it's devastating towards family. You can't continue doing this if you want to build up trust and good relations. So look, I'm going in with this genuine process. So I would administer that and then say to the person, I said, tell me, do you think that this judicial process was unfair? Now that's not in the book. But I would say, do you think that you were treated unfairly? Or do you agree with the way that you...
That's so fascinating. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's so fascinating to me, because usually that kind of terminology would be shared like, do you think that's fair? And you were asking it the way you did. It's fascinating.
Yeah. So, but remember, I'm living in this bubble. So I even had elders that were supportive of this and liked it, because we would even see people's blood pressure and diabetes get cured. I'm telling you, we felt like we were Jesus Christ, because wow. Catharsis can work in those ways that even the body relaxes, and we would work towards that. We were trained well in Zimbabwe. We were trained by persons who were looking for good psycho-spiritual connections and all of this, not realizing that is not how it works in many, many congregations. It was an anomaly. Right. And of course, when that gets detected, it gets shut down. So it just took years for us to get shut down. And I've had good elders step aside and say, Matt, we can't support this anymore. We've seen the gradual changes. We signed on. And I mean, these are people that have come from transcendental meditation backgrounds,
Right.
And I said, we were just bamboozled. We see that the whole goal of spiritual restoration or spiritual growth, it's no longer there. There's a whole bunch of new younger guys who are ambitious, who egotistical, and we can see how it's just made such inroads. We've done our part. We've done it. Let it just kill itself, because it's unsustainable. It can't sustain itself. So I said, yeah, I agree with you. It can't actually continue. So this matter of interventions using legal systems or whatever, well, the whole system has basically failed. But if humans are going to get better, or if persons genuinely want to have good relationships with each other, or if they want to have good family, or they want to build up loyalty, they want to build up trust, then they've got to face the truth of what they are. There's got to be some kind of mirror. And yeah, I am a believer in karma. I am a believer in we reap what we sow. So if you want to try and fool the system, what is it? One of these elders, his wife has these terrible migraines. And I go, well, what is the basis of your relationship? And just because somebody's much, much older doesn't mean that they're wiser. They just don't have the good relationship that they should in their family or with their spouse. They can't connect on that love level successfully because it's just not truthful. Somewhere along the line, it's going to collide with something that's brought back to the mind, or that conscience is going to come out, or they're going to say something that reveals what's in the heart. And it's very, very shallow relationships. It's marriages that are bound together by these rules, not by the actual principle of what they should be bound together by. There's no spiritual growth. There's no true uniting of spirit and mind and heart, and the bodies reject. The bodies reject. I have persons telling me all kinds of intimate things. Somebody says to me, I can't have these normal marital relations because my body just rejects the whole thing. I don't want to even be touched. Don't even touch me.
Wow.
I'm just frozen there and I'm going through the motions, but my spirit it's rejecting the whole thing. And go, yeah, well, that's a truth. You're not dysfunctional. You don't need to be medicated for that. It's your body's telling you the truth.
Interesting, yeah.
Sorry, have I shocked everybody again?
Not me. It's fascinating. It has me thinking about different things.
Natasha,
how close can a couple get if one can be very honest and share things with their spouse that could fall under the category of removal? Wouldn't that put that spouse in a position of obligation to bring that up to the elders? So then maybe that spouse would not want to share certain things, and maybe they won't want to be that vulnerable or...
Linda James, that's why I say in our system we had good bunch of elders for a while, for years, and we had those lofty ethics where it was about seeking truth and seeking love in the best way possible, until we had a bunch that just came in and it was impossible to function that way anymore. That was the attractive factor. The attractive factor for me was going, oh, well, all our inherent abilities, our power of mind, sight, all of these abilities, that's what fascinated me, was that humans have got this incredible potential. But then I would see some programming, like through Gilead. I remember challenging the Gilead and saying, we're using this thing as a way to...
You were like, I'm sorry, I've known a few elders, okay? You are above and beyond the ordinary elder. And I'm complimenting you, okay? I'm complimenting
Thank you. Very often I don't know what you're talking about, but
it's unordinary to me. You're different than what I view as the ordinary elder, and I like it. I think it's awesome. I'm good for you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for keeping it upbeat. I remember with the Gilead program, because Gro knows this. She was even saying, well, maybe I need to get this thing out there, the Gilead program. But I remember challenging it because I said, I can see how this thing programs people in a certain way. I said, but it's blocking progress. And in fact, I even drew attention to the governing body. The governing body said to me in reply, stop chasing butterflies. Just trust the system. Trust the system. The reply was, when you have applied the system for 20 years, you'll see it works.
Huh.
You'll see it works.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So
that was the
that's-
reply I got from actual governing body when I said, no, I can see this thing limiting people. And they said, no. You suppress the spiritual ability like a spring. That's what it's got to do. It's got to suppress and it's got to suppress. And what you're doing is you're charging up our spiritual ability. So there's a mixture with the Kundalini experience, right? So what Jung would call from or pulling from Eastern beliefs, the Kundalini experience, and coiled like a spring, and then you've got an ascension that comes out. And they're saying that's the cyclic process. And the way the Gilead system works, it works in the same sort of way. It suppresses, so that it elevates you at the right particular time. That was the idea. I don't see that occurring. I see persons having to get medicated. I see depression occurring. So what should have been a healthful self-discipline is no longer doing that. And they said, no, keep to the program for 20 years, which I did, kept it for 20 years. And it was only when by circumstances I could, and then seeing all sorts of things failing. And I had surpassed my 20-year goal or whatever. And I said, all you did was you blew me off for 20 years. That's all you did. And you thought that the Armageddon was going to come and it was going to save the day, and it didn't. So 20 years has passed, and I don't see, and it exposed things. And they say, yeah, you're very proficient in what you do. You've recorded everything you can. And my instructor, who was a Gilead instructor, he says, Matt, I'm going to tell you plainly what's happened. Your proficiency has shown that you're a problem to the system. Because, yes, there are all of these thought-stopping techniques, which is how we started things off. Oh, trust in Jehovah, trust us. And it's all about buying time,
Yes.
Yeah. So you do something like holotropic breathing, for instance, as a way to deal with stress. Well, guess what's going to happen? If you're doing it properly, you go into a semi-trance state or a semi-hypnagogic state. And what comes out your body tells you, because it's this amazing communicative, if you want to say, biotech computer. And it very soon tells you, oh, this is what's wrong. This is what's incorrect. Or here's the imagery or guided imagery that's coming through because you're doing things in the correct way. What have you discovered? You've discovered a spiritually abusive practice that's going on here. There's nothing wrong with you. Well, there is something wrong with you, but there's nothing wrong with you in the way that it's reporting to you. And eventually I've made appointments with some of the branch doctors, the researchers. We got together, and it's all on record. I've got the whole record of this. And they said, oh, Matt, when it comes to these medical things, though we print this in the Awake, we actually reject that information because it's something of a medical nature. It's not of a spiritual nature. So yes, there are conflicts in that, but we don't tell people not to go by the Awake because we always want to show them that this comes from Jehovah. And I've got the whole admission there. I'm going, people have no idea. They're looking at this information as spiritual guidance without hearing what you're saying here. This is from the actual Watchtower writers. And so I've got these incredible admissions that have accumulated from not just the Gilead instructors, but from research department, Watchtower writers. And maybe that's just been my journey, is to go, okay, I want to go to world headquarters and see what's actually going on, because my experience in the field is that something's wrong and I don't know what it is. I keep getting told I'm the problem.
Right.
So that's how I ended up in America. I sold up, went to America, met with governing body, met with their wives. Their wives were basically telling me the reality of the situation, because they spill the beans, isn't it? Right?
Wow. I didn't see that coming, but that is the nature
Yeah.
of a.
I was there. I was there for the Kushner deal
Okay. Yeah.
when the East River
remember that.
properties were sold. I was
Yeah,
there
so-
in 20.
So,
Sorry,
audience,
Linda James.
Matthew's talking about a time when they were selling the 124. They were selling the area of Bethel that was next to the bridge in New York and moving to a different location called Walk Hill.
Yeah,
And they sold it to Kushner, which is President Trump's son-in-law. And there was a video clip that was done, and Kushner spoke kindly and supportively about his experience of this business deal with the Jehovah's Witnesses. And so that was something that was brought up. And I don't remember the year either, but that's what Matthew's talking about.
Yeah,
And,
so 2013 when they were now sealing up the tunnels.
Yes.
Underneath, and there was also the Metropolitan Witnessing or the CART Witnessing program. Sydney Barber was one of the leading figures in what they called the Manhattan Project, not the bomb, but the the CART Witnessing. So that was all happening in that particular period, and I realized, okay, well, it's more than just a business deal, for property. It's also the people, because you're selling the psychology. You know that if you've got 8 to 9 million people that think a certain way, well, that's more powerful than having YouTube subscribers. Because out of the 8 million people, you've got builders, you've got people that are prepared to volunteer. It's a lot more powerful than having YouTube subscribers, because you can get them to donate, you can get them to buy certain products. If you tell them, oh, we need you to go and move over to an electronic system, you know that you're going to sell so many cell phones, or you're going to sell so many tablets.
That's right.
This is it. And you can quickly see on the hub system where that money is going. It's very, very easy. And at that particular time, I had access to Admin 2000.
Okay.
Which was very, very flawed, because you could see who all the purchasers were.
Okay.
You could see where all the transactions, and you could see, oh, it was this branch committee member that approved it. It was this overseer that approved it, or it was Matt Gray that was the third party, or the fiduciary, or whatever.
Right.
You weren't supposed to see those, but Admin 2000 enabled all of that. So it became very, very easy to see where all the transactions, where all the money was going. And of course, that's the same. Just follow the money, and then it helps you to see what's going on. And then you can see the subsidiary organizations that are involved, not just Watchtower Bible Tract Society, but we've learned of things like Lepta, for instance, these other subsidiary companies, or we call them instrumentalities, which are set up. It might be property resource recovery. Resource recovery would probably use something like, for these property flipping, where the organization goes in and buys an entire complex, or it brings in pioneers to say, look, here's the land, we need these buildings to go up. It's to help Bethel, or it's for RTO or whatever, but basically it's property development. That's what it is. And you say, we're going to house pioneers in there, and they housed for 6 months, and then you boot them all out, and you shift them to Bethel, you put them to a trailer park or whatever, and then you sell those properties. It's become so easy. You see what it all is, and it's not just property. It's agriculture. It's taps, faucet, toilet rolls, whatever. Soap. That's another one. Another big business is soap.
I remember discovering I think it was at the farms that they had like a where they would provide meals for other businesses as well as for the organization. So maybe a corporation was going to have a dinner with, I don't know, 200 people or 20 people, and they could call upon the farms and ask them to prepare the meals for it. And they, it was a business. So they weren't only doing that with the organization, though they were doing it with the organization, but, it expanded further.
Yeah. 2013, I don't know if you ever saw at the Kingdom Halls, these little camera eyes that used to follow around. And if somebody would put their hand up for a watchtower and the little camera would follow, and it would zoom in on the person in the audience. Did you ever see that?
No.
There were those. Well, you say, well, 1,000 Kingdom Halls need to be equipped with it. It's a huge amount of money. And you say to your pal over here, you say, you've won the tender. Now, the purchasing department have got rules against that because they want to tell you, no, this is all done fairly. But in practice, it doesn't work that way. It's all scratch your back and
very much so.
You arrive at Bethel and then you're on LinkedIn and they can see what all your qualifications are. The first day I arrived, they said, what are your actual qualifications? They wanted to know what higher education you had, not interested in whether you were a pioneer for so long. That's the reality. And I've heard branch committees say that. They said, we will take this person who's got actual higher education qualification over and above this pioneer, over and above this person who's got years of full-time service, got that over their speakerphone in the conferencing system. So, yeah, it's a very, very rude awakening. And unless you actually live it, you can't believe it. Most persons, they just can't believe it. The dissonance is so powerful. And you get somebody.
I'm sorry, I stumbled across a site where all the stuff they might have bought for a certain building they were going to put up or whatever, then they sell all of it. So they sell the tractors and they sell the batteries, or they sell everything that they bought, they then sell. And then they rebuy it for other projects that they'll do, and cars or whatever else they were using at that time. I'm not claiming that there's anything wrong with that. It's just something I stumbled across. And, it's pretty efficient, actually, so they're not weighed down with these things. I mean, you got to get a big storage to put all this stuff in. So selling it off after using it is kind of a good idea, Yeah.
There was a person that was producing hair products for, Anyway, so when they closed down their business, big multi-million business, they basically plowed it into properties and into storage facilities for the organization, and the organization was renting these facilities. So it all works like that. Now, is that necessarily wrong? No, I don't have a problem with that, because you can say that that's just very clever, shrewd business. That's how it works. Mm-hmm. What is wrong is when actual crimes occur that is coming from the top down leadership, or it's a psychology to push somebody to do that so that there's plausible deniability. So it's a very manipulative thing. It's usually something where you can say, oh, they're experts at manipulation. So that if somebody says, oh, I was told to do that, they say, oh, did we tell you to do that? Did we? I don't remember telling you. But it's coercive, basically. It's becoming experts in coercive.
And not to say that the ordinary human being in society at large doesn't do that in other areas of their life. I mean, so there's some things, if you're taught, like the story or the example you were just sharing about choosing the person with the higher education, at that time, not this time that we're at now in 2025, but at that time, I'm going to guess that, that was a time when the organization was still in a place that they discouraged going to university, not necessarily a trade tech, but university. So if you're being loyal and faithful to the organization, following the direction of what you believe Jehovah has told you, and that ends up screwing you over and somebody else gets picked, stuff like that bothers me. Again, it's not illegal. It's just hypocritical or unfortunate. I don't know. That it's hypocritical to me.
Yeah.
Hi,
I think
Linda.
that-
Yes.
And Matthew, I am going to say good night.
Good night, sweetheart. Mwah.
I hope you get better soon. Sorry that you got this
Oh,
awful
man.
flu or
I
the
have this
cold.
cold since last week Monday to now. So I think I'm on the mend. I just
I
have,
hope so.
just congestion, but I'm on the mend.
Good.
All right. Thank you guys for having me on. We'll see you again.
Bro,
next week.
thank you very much. You are one of those bright lights.
Not a bright light.
Yeah.
I'm a normal black chick.
You
She's
are
a
a
normal
normal black apple that is glowing bright.
All right. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Okay.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye bye. Yeah. So I'm always amazed at people who are willing to go to things like Gilead or where they put themselves in a position to be assigned to something that is not of their choice. I'm always amazed by that. Like after they go through Gilead, they get given an assignment. That's what is called an assignment. They don't know if they're going to Milwaukee in the United States or someplace else in the world. They just kind of find out later. That always amazes me. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could do that. And I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's a sin or criminal or anything. I just think, oh my God, I don't know if I could do that. Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Thank you. I was talking about there's people that'll go through Gilead and they're willing to be assigned to go to some territory that they have no clue where that's going to be until they're assigned it. I don't personally stand in line for stuff like that. So I'm amazed. I'm amazed that people do sign up for stuff like that. Like, wow, that's pretty brave or trusting. So I'm saying I don't think I could do that. In other words, I'm not saying
signed on for it because I thought because Gilead's got some kind of prestige, eh?
Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, it was considered back in the day as a literal school, but they had to not have it as a literal school. They had to change it up according to laws of the land or something. And
well, they told us it was registered with the U.S. Ministry of Education.
okay,
So as soon as you hear that, you go, "Oh, well, it's got credential," and you say, "Well, why is it registered with the U.S. Ministry of Education?" They say because that is the way that we insert missionaries into other countries.
missionary.
So with missionary status, so it is a legal thing. So you might be able to insert somebody with missionary status a lot easier than somebody who's just immigrating for this kind of work or that kind of work. You say, oh well, this country has allocated so many missionaries, and yeah, and so they would be able to get in, or we would flash our certification, because you do written exams, which are marked by the governing body, actual written exams, and then you get certification. And so one of the things that I used my certificate for, so if they want to insert you into a refugee camp, say for instance it's controlled by United Nations, you would show that certificate and you would gain access. So other citizens might not necessarily be able to gain access, or the same thing for hospitals, because now you are a registered certified minister.
I see. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's very sneaky. It's very clever.
It is. Big Mac, I think I saw a comment by Big Mac, and I was listening to you guys earlier as I was getting ready for this show. Big Mac, if you're still here, you were talking about, and hi Dallas. I think Dallas has changed his name and added a
06K.
it's a K. I'm not sure why. But anyways, Big Mac was talking earlier on the show that's like after Rick Farron finishes his show and before the show starts and maybe even goes on longer. And it's kind of like Rick Farron leaves the phone lines open so that people can kind of talk amongst themselves. I tried to join in, but I was using my speakerphone, and on the phone that I have, my speakerphone's not working. I have to use headphones, and I didn't have them.
Right. I saw you on there.
Okay. Yes. So I was there listening, and I was listening to Big Mac talking about his story. And I've always been very intrigued by his story because he was not baptized yet. He was disfellowshipped. But tonight I heard him use the term disassociated. And then he talked about his uncle who was a smoker, and then he didn't want to be part of the org. And the reason I'm talking about this, Big Mac, is if you want to join me, you're welcome to join me. But if not, that's okay. I'm talking about you, lovely. So you can leave a message maybe later in the comments or wherever. But I have a, let me go back to the story. You were talking about your uncle because what it was Zachary mentioned that there was a time that Jehovah's Witnesses did smoke cigarettes. Matter of fact, we used to have these little breaks. And I remember my father at the stage of the organization telling him he needed to stop smoking. I don't know how much time they gave him, maybe 6 months, 9 months, I don't know, to quit. But it was shortly before 1975, I think, they were telling him to no longer smoke. And so after the 1975 situation, where people had great expectations for Armageddon to start, or the Great Tribulation to start, Big Mac was talking about how his uncle just kind of was like done with the organization. But he never got shunned. Okay, so I don't know this timing of when Uncle was there, but Big Mac mentioned that it was in the 80s for him that he was shunned, okay, from his mother. Now, whether, I think it was 88 and 89, it could have been 87 and 88, but it was late 80s, I remember him saying. He ended up being shunned by his mother. And that's always bothered me, this story with him. And it's so, but tonight he was bringing up the uncle that never got shunned. What I wanted to bring up is that just after 75 and then late 80s, I wonder if Uncle never got shunned because it wasn't until 1980 with Raymond Franz and an article that came out that changed the arrangement of those that disassociate themselves. Okay? It used to be those that disassociated themselves could still be talked to. They didn't get shunned. But after that change happened around 1980, which is what they accused Raymond Franz of doing, was talking to somebody that was disassociated. They change it to where we have to treat those that are disassociated just like those that are disfellowshipped. We are to shun them. So by the time the late 80s came for Big Mac, that would have been under the zone of those disassociated gets shunned. Now back here between 75 and 80, I wondered if the uncle and whoever else might have disassociated themselves, which could be easily done, or if they just faded. I don't know. But I'm thinking that they didn't get shunned because it wasn't a zone of them to be shunned according to organizational rules. That's
right.
Just noticed. So if you're listening, Big Mac, that might be the case.
So, Linda James, 2025 has been an interesting year because now the governing body has been disfellowshipped, or it's been removed.
Yeah.
You heard about that one. But I would take it a step further and say that they actually disassociated themselves.
Could be. I'll tell you what, once they said that whatever we put out there isn't really the case, a teaching or whatever, unless we're all united, that lets them all off the hook. So that means we can be watching Brother Splain tell us something on JW World News, or JW Broadcast, right? And then Loach can say something over here. They're not all together. How do we know? You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, right? They said that they had to all be united on. I'm confusing myself just talking about it.
Well, this is the thing, because now as individuals,
Yes.
you say, well, any elder, anybody in a position of oversight can be tried in a judicial tribunal using like the SLF guidebook, right?
Using what?
So any person in the congregation, if you're a JW, okay, any person, if you have committed some kind of spiritual sin or infraction, then you are open towards a tribunal. That's how it works. And they'll use the SLF book or the shepherding book with all of its procedures. So what the brothers in France did was they got the SLF book and they said, well, why aren't we trying the governing body? And I said, well, actually,
You phased out from.
So the brothers in France, they tried the governing body. They said, we're going to use the same judicial process. We're going to write to them and say to them, listen, there's several accusations. Can you answer these accusations? Because if any one of us did that, it would be the same, but we would gather elders together. So which are the elders that are being gathered together to deal with this matter for which you're being accused? No answer. He said, well, if there's no answer, it's the same way as if any one of us is dealt with. And those brothers from France, they actually contacted me. I think they spent over an hour with me. Spent over an hour. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. Frère Messe. So they gathered 3-4 elders together, and they said, look, according to the doctrines of JW, you've committed idolatry, you've committed this, and you're not answering our letters. Well, according to the SLF book, we've got to remove you from the congregation. And then they put it onto YouTube. Now, many people say, that's not legitimate. Those aren't real elders. I say, really?
Oh, I think they're real elders. I'm just thinking that how does a position that is insubordinate of the governing body get to disfellowship the governing body? Like, is that kind of like a citizen can make a citizen's arrest?
Yeah, it's the same thing, because if you have a branch, okay, let's put it this way, Linda James. If you have, and it's just happened at the AGM now, the annual meeting, I think Splain said something outrageous, and Jeffrey Jackson said, oh, the research department's got to check that. I don't know if you remember that.
No, I don't.
So this year on the annual meeting, but it's a showman thing, this, because they're trying to show, the governing body can be corrected live during an annual meeting. Okay, so it's a public relations thing to show how humble everybody is. Okay.
Wow.
So, and I haven't been able to see all of the annual meeting, but this is the one that I'm aware of.
Okay.
So at this year's annual meeting, they correct David Splain in front of everybody. No, David went off
Wow.
on a tangent. Yeah, ooh, naughty, David. Okay,
Wow.
naughty.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is how it would work. So from my Gilead class, this has actually happened. Branch committee gets up and goes overtime on, say, for instance, a talk. Now, whose job is it to correct that? Can a branch committee just member, even if you've flown them first class, can you just let them do whatever they want? No, it's the circuit overseer's job to counsel a governing body member.
Can you
I
remind
know
me
this
what
was
a branch committee is? Can you remind me what a branch committee is?
branch committee member. So if you have a branch in a country, so like Patterson, New York,
Mm-hmm.
I believe one of Anthony Morris's kids is now on the branch committee. So those are the directors that are looking after that branch for that territory or for that region.
Separate from
So-
the governing body. So
Yeah, so those are your directors. So think
Okay.
directors of a business or a company. That's what they
Okay.
are.
I do see them separate. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So if they want to make purchases, you've got to include a branch committee member because he's the director. So there's fiduciary
Okay.
control, their names, their signatories, they sign the checks.
Gotcha.
That's your
Thank
branch
you.
committee. Yeah. So there's a manual. There's a branch. Yeah, there's a branch manual that they would be familiar with. So you hear them quoting that. They're frequently reminded this is not a corporation. This is a theocracy.
Yes. Yes.
But it is a corporation. It's exactly what
Yes.
it is. But they'll say, no, this is an instrumentality used by the spiritual organization. Okay. So now what happens when a branch committee person is out of line? Well, then it would be one of my pals, circuit overseer. He's got to go and talk with the branch committee member. Might be something simple like you went overtime.
Okay.
And I've had this happen. Circuit overseer, one of my pals, he's out of the bush and now he's a circuit overseer. Now he's got the awful job of tapping this guy out. And they'll normally put a little note on the platform. Say, hey, time up, get off. But because there's this arrogance, they
Yes.
fight.
Okay.
And I remember this happening, fairly recently. We had a branch committee start fighting with the circuit overseer, going, hey, you're not in control of me. I'm in control of you. You're an insubordinate. And he
Right.
stayed on 15 minutes, half an hour overtime.
Wow.
Yakada, schmackada, bloviating, excuse me, crap. Because it was all about, I'm here, you're not in control. He sees the note and he ignores it. He's going, I'm overtime by 15 minutes. I'm going to take another 15 minutes. And everybody in this assembly can sit here and wait and listen to my wonderful stories. Yeah. This is what happened. So then afterwards, now it became, he was belligerent. Now we've got other elders and that must come together. So the circuit overseer says, no, I'm approaching another elder. If he rejects it, we're going to bring another. And he took it. But I happen to know on service desk that though our class was instructed to do that, in reality, the branch committee select normally a profile that doesn't do that. They don't want to have a circuit overseer that challenges them or that exposes that they have broken their own rules. They don't want that. They want somebody who turns a blind eye. Okay?
Yes.
And so my class somehow got through the cracks, and we were put under oath by the governing body to detect where there were problems in the system and to shut it down. And if we were ever ejected from the system, to reconnect with the governing body. So it was kind of like its own secret police force.
Yeah, sounds like it.
And so somebody like David Splain, I remember, was given a code name, so that when he made a mistake, say for instance in writing department, that someone like me could contact him and say, listen, 8479, you've made an error. In other words, it now, in my mind, I don't know I'm talking to a governing body member. I'm talking to 8975 or whatever the code is.
Yeah.
That was how the system was supposed to work.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So you might even have a voice changer when doing consultation. You might go on a speakerphone. You might even have a voice changer, but they would assign that code, and you've already agreed to be recorded. So if they tell you, oh, what do you think of 607 BCE in like an audit? You know, a little bit similar to a psychological audit like Scientology does, that you're on that record, but you've got your assigned code and you don't know who's talking with who, because then that way you're not shy to be able to approach anyone that's in a position of oversight, and therefore you're constrained by feelings of saying, oh, this is insubordinate. That's how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
I suppose this leads to other questions now.
Okay. I didn't know they do that. That's so fascinating. Okay. Was there anybody that got to do that when Brother Splain had the board and the pointer?
Oh, I met with him.
Because that one, you know, Brother Plans and the whole overlapping generations teaching.
Yeah, I spoke with him extensively on that one.
Okay.
Yeah,
I had dinner and said, "See how simple that is."
Yeah, I had dinner with him. Had crumb chicken.
Okay.
And that whole thing was on the basis of the so Jacob's sons, right? You had the youngest son was Benjamin and Joseph. So they said that these are the modern. His presentation was, these are the modern contemporaries. This is how we've got to fix this extended generation issue.
But they used Fred Franz on the.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes,
because he was like he died 1991 or 1992, somewhere there. So
at the age
so
of
when
99.
so when they did my anointed testing, because they say, oh, we test people's apostleship, right, on the basis of the scripture and revelation. They said, oh, you don't tolerate wicked men, but you keep testing as to who they are. So when they did testing, they would do all sorts of testing with me, and then the testing would go to like the top tier, and they would discuss them among themselves. So they would hit me with Freemasonry, they would hit me with Illuminati connections, all the stuff the apostates, so-called apostates, talk about. Let me tell you, these guys are the most apostate you've ever heard. It's so shocking. So you think, oh, we are apostate. You ain't seen nothing yet. Okay,
we're like amateurs, right?
Yeah. Fritz Springmeier. I learned about Fritz Springmeier from these guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, for real. I didn't. What do I know? I'm stuck in the bush somewhere. So I learned about that from Branch Committee. Branch Committee was teaching me about Illuminati and Enochian magic, and what's it? The John D.
Away. Wow.
John D. Earth, Fire, Wind, Water. That ritual. Well, that was incorporated into the annual meeting. But the sneaky way that was done is they would use their projectors and show those symbols, and the audience who's unaware thinks, oh, that's a warning example. You're showing us that Christendom's coming to an end. And they're applauding, and they don't realize that they've just been involved in a Enochian or Hermetic ritual right in front of them, and they're all applauding for this. Well, some of them know, but a lot of them are completely ignorant that the ritual has happened right in front of their faces. And if you say to them, oh, well, you had the symbol that's part of that ritual that was projected up on the wall. No. the dissonance kicks in, and they say that was warning us against spiritism, or it was warning us against
Right.
this. You say, for goodness sake, Gerrit Loach was holding up the golden mirror, which is spiritistic. It's in your Spirits of the Dead brochure, for goodness sake. How can you miss this? No. That's saying it was an illustration for us to look within ourselves, to look at our personality. You say, who takes up a prop, for goodness sake, up onto the platform? Nobody does this. We always tell people stop using props. Why is he special now using a golden mirror? And the guys in Africa were telling me this. They were saying, oh, Matt, what's just happened? If we hadn't seen it, we wouldn't question it. But we know that this is
Right.
voodoo. I mean,
Yes.
voodoo comes I mean, we should have Grow on here telling us about voodoo magic in the Caribbean. But that has essentially come from practices here in Africa. And they're saying, oh, yeah, this is a spiritistic practice. This
Right.
whole thing of ectoplasm, the ectoplasm thing, or this cheesecloth stuff where there's a manifestation or a spiritual manifestation, which the Spirits of the Dead brochure tells you, oh, for goodness sake, don't touch this. Well, that's on the governing body picture that's on jw.org, because what's happening when they come together on a Wednesday, if they're practicing the John Dee ritual, it's a seance. It's not a governing body meeting to discuss, oh, well, how do we protect Linda James and Matthew Gray's faith? It's a seance, which is why you've got your manifestation of the golem, which they say is pareidolia. It's not pareidolia. It's a manifestation of that wicked practice. It's not a flower. It's not a giraffe. It's not a zebra. It's a flippin' golem that's coming out, and it's still on jw.org to this day. So all the guys where they say, oh, we see all these little pictures, these archetype demons and fangs and Baphomets, and
I see them all the time
yeah,
in the literature.
you're not seeing a bunch of flowers, you know. Oh, it's a
Haven't noticed the flyers.
It's a flippin' demon that's coming out of it, because that's the manifestation. That's the occultic manifestation. It either comes out imaginatively or through your subconscious,
Right.
or it manifests in some of these artworks. That's what it is.
Remember the open book? Maybe it was 2018. It was an open book, and it would flip a few pages. And it had, it was showing during intermission time. It would be up on a screen. Very pale. And it had about 4 men, their profiles. Very, very light. So I looked into that, and I was amazed what I found. And I might need to email it to you sometime or something. It was
My
amazing.
email's on my channel.
What did you say? Oh, your
I said
email
my-
is on your channel. Okay.
Or it's my name there, Matthew Milo Gray at Gmail. That's it.
Gmail.com. Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
It was
okay, so you
amazing.
said you saw this pale image,
Right. So I was using an
a
app,
mirror.
PixArt, actually. Okay. PixArt. I didn't use a mirror. I was using PixArt because you could use filters in PixArt that will darken the picture. So it doesn't change the picture, it darkens the pictures.
Got
So
it.
I kept doing that. It was like putting a layer over a layer over a layer that showed me the image that was on the page so that I could see it more clearly. And when I did see that more clearly, it was very interesting. It was surprising. That's my that was my alarm. It was the beginning of me singing Edge of 17 by Stevie Nicks.
Yeah. So Happy Thoughts is saying this is what Laurie Faith outside of Watchtower is delving into. Yeah, because she's an artist. And so when you're doing commercial art, you know that you must avoid those kind of things, even if it's an accidental thing. it gets picked up very, very quickly if you're going into publishing. They're gonna flag that very, very quickly. Now, why aren't they flagging this? Why aren't they flagging it at this level? I
Who
mean,
is Lori Faith? Is Lori Faith the person?
Lori, I must look at. There's a channel. She's an artist, and
Okay.
So happy. I'm just responding to Happy Thoughts saying this is what Lori Faith outside of Watchtower. Lori is the channel is Faith outside of Watchtower,
Okay.
and because she's an artist, she's able to see those things.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
But I mean, a psychologist, you present that to a psychologist that's worth their salt. I mean, they used to Rorschach tests. What's it? What do you see? Let's put the paint together. I see a butterfly. Zup. Or I see,
the ink on the paper. Yes.
Yeah.
I have
So those are ink blotch tests on Rorschach. So what is it? What's the first thing that your mind sees? Oh, I see a butterfly. I see a goat's head. I see, whatever. Yeah.
Exactly.
So pareidolia, with those things that are coming through those pictures, they're not nice pictures that are coming through. They're lousy pictures that are coming through. Why is it always slanted towards some sort of phallic or some sort of lousy picture or some kind of controversial thing, or Baphomet or some demon or clawed demon or a golem?
Well,
why is it? Yeah.
If men are led by fear, and if phallics seeing them could be a testosterone booster, and then things of death, that's a fear thing. But it's also a sense of power. So
that's right.
Those three things combined is what I believe, this is only my opinion, is the intention of those subliminal images.
Yes. Yeah. So that thing would not be missed by psychologists worth their salt. They would absolutely identify that and say, no. They're on this path or that path. What's it? Right-hand path, left-hand path, dark side, light side. They would be able to very, very quickly identify which side they're on. And as you say, yes, as soon as it starts becoming phallic or something of that nature, then you know it's a dominance. That's what it is. It's a dominant signal. Yes. Because women pick up on it. It's in the mind. It's built into the mind.
Absolutely.
It's part of our nature. It's part of our primal nature that that we respond in these ways. You can be detached from it and say, no, that doesn't exist. Well, when you get reconnected with a decent psychologist, you become absolutely aware of those things.
Yes.
Now, I forget how we got onto this subject, Linda James. It seems that we do kind of frequent these circles because, we are put into these loops, these hypnotic loops. I think it was Grow asking if I'm still an active JW. I think that to have these labels is incorrect. You can say I still have a pursuit of genuine spiritual ethics. That's what it is. I want to transcend, want to grow, want to evolve. She's called Grow, for goodness sake. I know she's not here. But
I do think it was a legitimate question she asked you. And because it's terminology and viewpoint of the organization, she's not asking, are you still a follower? She specifically asked you if you are still an active, what did she say, active member? That those two words actually mean something. It actually means that you put in so many hours a month.
Yeah.
And that I know these things. Okay?
Gross popped up, says it's a legitimate question.
So
listen, I thought you were going none-eyed, Grow. I thought you were
Go to bed.
I thought you had gone to bed. Okay, well, okay.
No,
So
but I
look,
do think it was okay. I hear what you're saying, but I do think she asked a legitimate question in JW speak. She asked it to you in JW speak. It was literally loaded language because what we
Yeah.
know is that an active witness, certain things have to be continually done for at least 6 months.
I'm gonna give you an explanation because there were people being harmed in the congregation.
I'm not saying that what you're saying
So,
is illegitimate. I'm just saying it was
so
fair.
I decided to continue with what my obligations are to the extent possible because there's people being harmed. And I
Yes.
took it to the police. And so
Yes,
if they
you did.
say, oh, Matt, you haven't honored your commitments, I say, well, I've honored my commitments. Can we please give people who are crying out for help because of abuse, can you give them the attention? Because I've followed my commitments. Now let's make sure that these people are following their commitments. So that's why I've kept to it.
And I take no offense to it because positionally within this organization, you wouldn't be in a position to be able to make these requests unless you were an active follower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't want them, because they can say, oh, you know what, Matt's left or he's gone rogue or he's gone renegade. I say, yeah, but at the time that I raised these matters, that wasn't the case. So, yeah, I mean, you can argue it any which way you want. I just decided for persons that are calling for genuine help, I've made myself available and said I'm going to continue with these commitments, especially if people have said, oh, Matt, we don't agree with what these elders have done because we know exactly what's happened here. We know exactly the abuse the alleged abuse that has gone on, and we are victims of this and we want some justice. That's why we've brought it to your attention. And I said, yeah, I'll follow through on this to the extent possible. The reality of the situation is I was booted out. I was booted out in January. That's the reality. But they did it in front of the police. They did it in front of witnesses.
Wow. Okay.
And they've never had a situation like this. I said, no, I am not isolating myself. You do this in front of the police. Answer the question. Why is this happening? Answer the question. Oh, you're quiet. Oh, we're removing you. Oh, really? On what basis? Oh, no answer. They say, well, I've got nothing to hide. This isn't confidential. Bring this out into the open. Let's bring this out because I've tied in witnesses from the very beginning who've seen exactly what the issue is, and you haven't answered them. And you might eliminate me. You're going to have to eliminate the next witness and the next witness and the next witness until you haven't got any more witnesses left. So what are you going to do?
That boldness right there is amazing. Hell yeah. Oh my God.
So that's what Linda
This is what a man of integrity does. What I'm listening to you say is what a man of integrity does. Good for you.
Happy Thought says double blind. So double blind is a catch-22. A double blind is when you have hidden information from persons in like a study, like let's say a remote viewing target. Then you put a double blind for a remote viewer. But a double blind is a catch-22 situation, and usually from an authority who's trying to control the narrative and is giving you conflicting things. In other words, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So, Grow, I don't know if that answers you or if I leave you more confused or whatever. And yes, you've got great. You already know I'm a big fan, Grow. You can do no wrong with me.
And people have viewpoints about me because I was never baptized, as though I was never a Jehovah's Witness. I don't know if I mentioned this last week, but I think I did. Listen, since birth, if I've gone door to door saying I was a Jehovah's Witness, and then, at school I had to make sure I didn't involve myself in certain activities because I'm a Jehovah's Witness. My whole childhood had to say this, that, and the other because I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I thought I was a Jehovah's Witness. And then I find out later after I've left that I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness because I didn't get baptized. Like, I just, okay. in my mind, I've been a Jehovah's Witness. I was
Yeah.
raised a Jehovah's Witness. The baptism, I didn't know that was the line in the sand that actually made somebody a Jehovah's Witness. But I also didn't know I dodged a bullet too. I also didn't know that you don't get disfellowshipped unless you get baptized, right?
Yes.
When I was 16, I was put on public reproof. As a matter of fact, that therapist I've spoken about, the organization will quote him in articles, as an authority therapist, So, but anyways, you're just fine with me, and I appreciate you showing up here. And if you're still having a standing with the org or not, I'm enjoying your presence. I'm enjoying what you share, and I like the way the rapport that you and I have, and I've learned from you, which I'm very thankful for.
Well, I've learned with Grow. When Grow asks something intuitively, I better pay attention. Well, same for you, actually.
You're right.
So
Thank
if she's saying, "What? There's a shock horror," I better pay attention to it. So,
But we've got
Jolina Taborn, I'm Christian, saved and sanctified, and speaking in tongues. Hallelujah.
Oh my. Okay. That there sounds like a Pentecostal. Yep.
The Bible is the Word of God. Indeed, it is inspired of God. Hello, Jolina Taborn. Glad you could join in. Yeah, speaking in tongues. So humans have got incredible gifts. You see all sorts of things in Africa. Why? Because it's humans in their raw state.
Say that again. That last part again.
I'm talking about Africa and the various modes of spiritual manifestations. So Jolina Taborn's talking of speaking in tongues. So that's their gift. I'm Christian.
Welcome, Jolene. I haven't seen you here before, but welcome. I'm glad you're here. Do you, Jolena, have any kind of a Jehovah's Witness background, or do you know any Jehovah's Witnesses? I'm just curious.
She says, my cousin was a Jehovah's Witness, and now she is confess.
Okay. So a lot of times we talk about Jehovah's Witness stuff on this channel, and sometimes the conversation will flow into who knows where. It could be about an experience I've had, an experience somebody else has had, and we kind of just talk about it. So, but the main thing about this channel is that people that have previously been a Jehovah's Witness, or people that might want to learn about Jehovah's Witnesses, or if anybody has been in a group or an atmosphere that's cult-like, where they've been in a position of being dependent on others, and the others have within an organization of, say, something religious, may have used spiritual abuse. And sometimes within a family, it can be a cult situation as well, where there might have been some toxic behavior happening there. So there's many different ways of there's many different situations that can be like a cult, and cults are not necessarily all bad. Some can be and some are not. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a little bit of that info. And I also like to talk about ways that we can kind of recover or heal or replace doctrines or the ways that we've been conditioned, that we've decided we don't want to keep and we want to let go of. So we might shed that and be of support to each other. and they open up possibilities that we might not have thought of yet. So that's kind of what happens on this channel as well. When somebody has lived in society at large, knowing their human rights, knowing the freedom that they live under, and listening to somebody speak of the oppression and the confinement that they were held in, it's almost unbelievable to hear them speak of it when you know you're living in a place of freedom. Usually somebody from society at large thinks that this kind of stuff doesn't happen in the United States or any place else, but it does. So usually when we talk to somebody who hasn't experienced what we've been through, it's hard for them to get it. So there's a bit of camaraderie that gets to happen, and that gets to happen here, so somebody can talk about an experience they've had with somebody, in the past, and we actually can relate to it, because we've been within that culture before. So yeah, you're welcome to be here. And I was just telling you a little bit about this channel. I'm glad you're here. I've been to Kingdom Hall Church. Yep.
So it seems like Jelena Turborn's had quite a bit of dealing with JW.
Yeah, I come on here on Saturday nights about 9 p.m. Pacific time, which is I'm in Southern California within the United States, so Pacific time, 9 o'clock. And I usually go about 3 hours, and if the conversation is still going, I'll go into the next hour like I've done here.
Oh,
and so
when did we start? 7 to 8 to 9 to 10. How did Grow stay up so long?
I don't know, but yeah.
I wonder if you got a cold. We know you're listening, Grow. Jelena Turborn, I live in Southern Illinois.
Okay, yeah. Water cable. It says it sounds unreal until it happens to you. To us, those of us that have been involved in groups like this, or this very group of Jehovah's Witnesses, that was our norm. That was an ordinary Tuesday for us, okay? So, but it wasn't for a lot of other people. Like, it wasn't. But because we were what I call a subculture, kind of culture off to the side of society at large. Society at large doesn't really understand what's going on with this group, nor does this group really understand what's going on within society at large. So we were taught to self-isolate and to only pretty much associate with Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm going to be wrapping this up within the next 10 minutes or so. And but we've had nights where we've just still had things to talk about. And if I'm feeling up to it, I just let the conversation flow, because being able to hang out with other people that have had this particular kind of circumstance, I consider it very much like prisoners of war. You may have seen older men, and there might be a celebration and you'll see two of them sitting together. They went through an experience that pretty much everybody else there at this gathering has no clue what their experience was like. But once they're talking to each other, there's a certain relation that they have that's very unique. And I talk a little bit about politics. What are you laughing about?
Gross.
Right now?
Gross is their brain is shrunk. Happy thoughts. That's good. I need some sleep, but Oh no! So Happy Thoughts is also in this loop by the looks of things. But
So-
Jolene Taborn, I think we've got to give you some attention. My cousin is hurt, and now she believes in nothing.
Okay, so is this the same cousin you were speaking of earlier when you said you have a cousin? It's a Jehovah's Witness.
Well, Jelena Taborn, for what it's worth, they've got you, and you are aware, and you sound like a very spiritual person, and you sound like you got some grounding, you got a belief system that's working well for you, and you got enough awareness for you to come onto a site or a channel like this to see what you can do to help. That already means something. That's already Christian behavior, or it's ethical behavior, or supreme ethics in motion. You're doing that. That's the law of love. So that's very, very important. So you're already in the right direction.
I'm gonna just let you know something. Jehovah's Witnesses have been taught that those Christians that speak in tongues are basically demon possessed or have demons flying around them. And that's not your fault. So Jehovah's Witnesses are conditioned to be afraid of stuff like that. All I want to say to you is just be loving with her in circumstances and any chance you get to be around her. Because the fact is love always speaks louder than whatever has been conditioned within them or indoctrinated within them.
That's right.
So they may have been conditioned or indoctrinated that you, who knows, that, an example, your bad associations. That's what I was taught about anybody that was not a Jehovah's Witness. So being that you're not a Jehovah's Witness, we were conditioned to be afraid of you. I'm just explaining to you the mindset that could be going on with your cousin. I'm not saying that it is, but it could be because of the shared indoctrination your cousin and I have had. So when you see apprehension or them backing off, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's about you. It's about how they've been indoctrinated. And there's a term called fear indoctrination or fear induction that is planted into people like us that have been in groups like these that give us a lot of anxiety with certain subjects. Let me just tell you, the first ex-Jehovah's Witness potluck I went to, I remember looking at the food and wondering if it was poisoned. Okay? This was how I looked upon it. Nobody there was being mean to me. Nobody there was being a jerk about anything. But because of the way I had been conditioned and because of the way I had been indoctrinated, I looked at that food and wondered if it was poisoned. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I showed up. That's what I was thinking at the time. And that was after 7 years of leaving the organization in that zone of what you're talking about. She believes in nothing now. That was my mindset at the time. I'd look back and think to myself, wow, that's really what I thought. But I did. That's the way I was thinking. Another thing is, I was listening to the gentleman speaking, which was Randall Waters. And it was in his church, which we were also taught demons fly around in other churches. If it's not a Kingdom Hall, other places of worship are dangerous. Okay? But his church looked more like a business. So it didn't look churchy to me. But I remember sitting there and listening to him talking. And I remember thinking to myself, okay, I'm committing spiritual fornication. Now, that's what my mind was thinking, because I was taught that if a Jehovah's Witness left the organization and went to another church, it's spiritual fornication. So it's like, a scandalous label, like being, doing something immoral, right? So I'm sitting there thinking, okay, so I'm committing spiritual fornication. Does that make me a spiritual slut? I'm just in my head. And the fact is all these things were going on in my head all these different thoughts that I had been indoctrinated with my whole childhood, I didn't get to take in what he was talking about, Randall Waters, because my head was coming up with all these different thought-stopping cliches and doctrines that I was taught. So I didn't remember what he was talking about, but I later realized what it is. And, you know, I did come to a place where I could listen to it, hear it, and take it in and actually be comfortable. But that took me a few years. So I'm just letting you know that if you spend time with her, love is always louder. Getting things spiritually right or doctrinally right is really not something worth arguing over.
No.
At all. Okay?
Leave it, because there's too much dissonance.
Yes. Just be loving to her in whatever way, however you do that. That's always going to speak louder than what she has been indoctrinated or taught to think of somebody that is not a Jehovah's Witness, which that's the category you fall under. So what happens when you're loving is, a Jehovah's Witness who has that mindset of being indoctrinated looks at the situation and says, well, the organization taught me this, but that's not what I'm seeing, and that's not what I'm experiencing. Okay? And that's an important place that you simply being your gifts, you simply being loving, can take them to mentally. So over time, and it may take a long time, they will just become more comfortable with you. And if they ask you questions about spiritual things, then maybe talk about it, but don't take a long time. Just give them, your belief system or your thoughts. But love is always louder, plus your family. Within this organization, blood is not ever thicker than water, which is a term that's used for family, right? What happens within a cult is the cult takes the place of one's family, and the cult actually places itself in the position of where one's family would be. So those that are at the Kingdom Hall, those that gather there, they become our family, okay? As opposed to, even though you're blood related, they consider those at the Kingdom Hall more family than, say, yourself, if they're, actively going to the Kingdom Hall on a regular basis. So when someone leaves, they're taking all these doctrines that they were taught with them, even if they're in a place of nothing, or they haven't came up with a different spiritual belief system. But again, just be your loving self, however that shows up. That's going to always speak louder, darling.
Well, that's good advice, Linda James. It works well for me and a lot of us, and I hope Jolene is able to hang in there. Sounds like Jolene is doing a lot of good work. I see Water Cables jumping in here, saying, very true, I felt this being so strong when I left, but I knew better than to believe it. So yeah, again, you've got some really great comments in there. Linda James, were you talking about wrapping up?
Yes.
Did you want to do that?
And I haven't met you before either, Water Cable. I know I mentioned you earlier, and I haven't seen you here before. Maybe you have been and just listened. So I find out later that some people just never get on the chat, but they'll listen, or they'll listen to the show later, which is pretty cool. I'm always so surprised to find out when somebody shares, I listened to your show, and I'm like, you do? I'm always so surprised. So anyways, is there anything you want to share, Matthew, before we close things
I want to say thank you to the audience. Thank you very much for welcoming. Grow, thank you also for coming in with your wisdom, your experience, your vulnerabilities, and your candidness. It's really very, very valuable. I draw a lot of strength from that. Linda James, thank you very much for being a gracious host as well, and for allowing a guy like me to come on and recover and just chill. I really appreciate the community, and happy thoughts, fabulous listening from you. But I don't want to just single out any one particular individual. We've got some really great comments from all sorts of sectors here. Dallas being very supportive as usual. So thank you very much. I'm going to take a respectful bow out with appreciation and gratitude. And Linda James, I'm going to look forward to your closing comments, because those are always fun. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. So yes, I want to say thank you for everybody that's shown up tonight within the chat or have just been listening. And I want to thank you that you make a point of showing up here. Or if this was your first time, welcome. I'm glad you showed up. If you found tonight of value, please share it. Definitely like it, because this helps the algorithm grow, and it helps the videos that I do here show up on people's, I guess it's called a thread. So yeah, and I really, really enjoy doing this. I look forward to doing this every Saturday night. It's truly the highlight of my week. And I listen to books during the week. I pay attention to some politics and stuff, and I pay attention to what's been going on within the organization, different court cases, different belief system changes and stuff like that. So I like to keep up on whatever the latest is with the organization. I have family that is still involved in this organization. My mother, my father, my sister, and her husband, and my 2 nieces, and my nephew, my nephew is at Bethel in New York. And he seems to be enjoying it, and I'm glad to hear that. But in my opinion, I believe I'm entitled to know the techniques and tactics and the doctrines that govern my family of origin that are still involved in this organization. So I like to keep on top of it. Cedric, hello. Oh, bummer. So I'm getting a notification that you need to connect your microphone, mic cam, before I can add you to the stream. That's usually done whether you're on a smartphone or a computer. Usually there's that 3 dots where you can go and open that up. Oh, it says add to the stage. Hello. Cedric, hello. I'm not hearing you. So your mic is unmuted and you are here with me. I'm not hearing you. So I'm going to give you a minute or so to see if you can speak up. If not, I'm in the process of saying goodnight to the people that showed up here tonight and those that will be watching the show later. Cedric, I've added you to the stage. So you're here and your mic is unmuted. Is there anything you wanted to share with us? I don't think I saw any comments that you made. Nope, I haven't seen any comments you made. Bonnie Wilbur. Bonnie, I've called you a few times and just got the machine. Mwah! Good to see you. The best thing that happened to you when was you didn't get baptized. Yes, it was. What a surprise to see you, Bonnie. I'm so glad to see you. So, Cedric, I'm sorry, I'm going to be ending the show. I'm not hearing you, and I'm not seeing any comments from you. So I'm going to say good night, and I'm looking forward to next weekend, getting to do this again. So good night, everyone.